Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to day 3 of the German Championship of Poker, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. My name is Action Dan. I will be your broadcaster, calling all the action throughout the day and tomorrow until we've crowned yet another champion from this fantastic resort. We are on all the social media platforms. Good afternoon wherever you're tuning in from. Facebook, Twitch. Hello to the Action Army out there, and hello to people tuning in on YouTube. Be sure to check out our amazing channel, King's Resort Official, on there, and our TikTok channel, King's Resort Official, on there. Some great new content, new videos every week. Good afternoon, Apocalypse. Happy anniversary. Good afternoon, KMLW. Is that Mikkel? Marrakesh, I see in seat 1 before me. All that's left to do is say shuffle up and deal, get the cards in the air. Looks like we've got a really interesting feature table. David Taborski there. Belek, who you might remember from last night. Wasn't too long of a night last night. We were finished early enough. With Tuan Lee, who I've seen on this feature table before. Alessandro Pagliuso. So definitely some names you would recognize. None more famous than that man in seat 1, who I don't know how much money he won in this resort in the last 18 months, but it is astonishing. Just check out his Hendon mob if you don't believe me. Always a treat to get to watch him play, and he's got lots of chips. So we've got an action-packed, fun-filled day here live at this amazing resort in Rosvedov. If you're looking to find out additional information about the merchandise or indeed the venue itself, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. Cards are in the air. Small blind is 4K, big blind 8K with an 8K running big blind ante. That's 4K, 8K, 8K. 38 players remaining now. Gusti all in for 6 big blinds on the button with Jack 10 off suit. Looks like he'll get this one through. Botello has an astonishing stack of 170 big blinds here. By far the table captain. Mikkel not getting a great seat, having that opponent on his left with all those chips. But he won't be phased. It's not his first rodeo. Gusti taking down the blinds and antes, which are a nice tidy 20k to add to your stack each time. KML asks, are we playing to the final table today? We are indeed, and then we have another day of action tomorrow. So 38 remain. We'll play all the way down to 9 remaining. All players guaranteed a minimum of €2,850 currently, and they are playing for the guts of €100,000 for first. Top 6 will all get that coveted World Series of Poker Europe Main Event ticket. The top 8 going to have at least a 5-figure payday. So a sexy tournament. Bit of an overlay in this one, but it's to be expected from time to time. King's been absolutely smashing all their numbers out of the park, event after event, week in, week out. All year round. It's at the very peak of the summer very soon. Players will be getting ready for Vegas. Also the small matter of all the series online. This was an €1,100 buy-in. All players in the money now. Played down to the money last night. Gusti scooping that one with his ace-6 of spades. And we are underway. Barry's here for Botello on the button. Are the rich about to get richer? He's enough chips to do damage to anyone, that's for sure. As we can see in the top right hand corner of your screen, we've had one more elimination, 37 remaining now. Botello just taking down the blinds and antes. And another casualty, 36 players remaining now. Taborski with 39 big blinds. Raises to 16k. Ace Queen of Clubs, Botello in the cutoff. Could play this one aggressively as a 3-bet. He's got the right kind of hand to do it with. He might opt to just take the passive route and call. Usually when people have that much chips in front of them, they haven't taken the passive route. Wow, just letting it go. Interesting fold there from the ace-jack. Placing it in early position open, decides to let it go. I'm not against it. With all those chips, I would be more inclined to 3-bet, but if you think your opponent is opening a very tight range from early position, ace-jack can easily go in the muck. Vitali not defending with the jack-8. You might remember Vitali from last night's stream. Taborski with the min raise under the gun this time. Ace-9 of clubs. Taborski just taking that one down. Blind v blind battle here. Jack 9-7. Bellick with 9-6 off suit, flopping a pair of 9s. Taborski checking his option. Oh no, Bellick betting 19k and Taborski calling. Got the action mixed up there. Taborski calling. We will see a turn 88k in the pot now. The turn is the deuce of diamonds. Bellick still with the best hand. Probably just trying to get the showdown. If he's going to bet again, gonna have to bet something like 30 or 40k. Maybe even more. He's only got 116. That looks like a huge bet. Oh no, it's 19,000. So yeah, he's betting quarter pot. I would have liked to see him bet a little bit bigger, but it's fine. He's bet 2 streets, river coming the 8 of diamonds. He won't like that. Now, does Taborski turn his hand into a bluff if Bellick checks? Bellick could also make a small blocker-ish type sizing of a bet. If he's going to do that, he only wants to bet about what he's been betting on the flop and turn. No reason to bet anymore. Yeah, that seems about right. 22,000. Taborski not going to be able to continue here. One wouldn't think. He is getting a great price. He's getting nearly 6 to 1. Dvorsky eventually letting it go. Bellick playing that hand totally fine. Accumulating a nice pot for himself. Fold all the way around to the small blind of Dvorsky. Dvorsky just moving all in, asking for the triangle. 10 bigs, blind v blind. Of course, just going to be jamming the A7 suited. Gusty by far the shortest stack at this table, playing sub 10 big blinds now. And the blinds having hit him in the small blind now. He will have a few orbits before he be essentially blinded out. Gonna have to make a move soon. 1 hour blinds, of course. No time to panic. That comes later. Alessandro scooping that one with the A7 of hearts. Cowboys for Mikel Mrakesh. Raises it up to 28,000 in the small blind. He's going for a larger size against the big stack. This is an excellent sizing, 3.5 times the big blind. Botello most likely will just call with ace-8 in the big blind. Oh, very deep here. The effective stack being 80 big blinds or so. As we see one more casualty in the right-hand corner of your screen. 35 players remaining now. Looks like he is going to use this as a 3-bet. Action on, Mikael here. Does he just want to call and keep playing the trapping game, or is he going to put in a 4-bet? If he's going to 4-bet, he doesn't need to make it too big. He can make it like 200 here. $220 maybe. That looks like raising chips. Make it like 210, 220 max. Wouldn't go under 200. Looks like 240. It's also totally fine. He's got 4-2-2 behind, and now Botelho in a world of hurt. Probably wishes he just called. Mikael Marquez obviously more than capable of 4-bet bluffing here, but less likely when he is against that kind of a stack in the big blind. Botelho letting it go. Small blind is now 5K, big blind now 10K, with a 10K running big blind ante. That's 5K, 10K, 10K. Belek, we're playing 22 big blinds now with ace-5 of clubs in early position. It's a very, very tight fold. But I get it. In the cutoff, shoving 7 bigs. Rakesh asking for a count. 7 bigs with the ace-3 will be a bit too much. Tello will call with the king jack of clubs. Isolate with the jam. Twan Lee on a fold is 4-3 of hearts. All in the fella, call the other fella. Gusty 48% with his ace-7. Tello 52% with the king jack. That is because there are already 2 aces gone into the muck, 2 Barrys. There's only 1 Barry left, making Botello a statistical favorite. 10-8 deuce is the flop. Turn is the 3 diamonds. River is the 10 of spades. Gusty gets a nice double up there. We'll be playing almost 16 bigs going forward. Botello still with 1.2 million. I think he's all right, folks. RSKY93 asks how much earns the winner. First prize in this tournament. Going to take home €88,000 and a €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. 82,800. So 92,800 including the 10 grand ticket. 34 remaining now. We'll play down to the final 9. About 350, yeah. About 350. We did have 353 runners. Entries. Rusty down the hijack. 16 bigs and 9s. Just deciding to jam his pocket 9s. I really feel like they play better as a raise call. But I get it. He's raising. He would be min raising into some massive stacks. Just decides to go for the jam. Gets the job done, adds 25k to his stack, and suddenly playing 18 big blinds. Botello from the cutoff, also playing a massive stack, making 27k to go. Alec in the big blind with King Deuce off suit. Probably just wants to be letting this one go for 17k more. Rakesh with ace-6, making it 22k to go. So very wide open from Rakesh. Not really a good combination to be opening with. But hey, it's Mikhail Rakesh. He can do what he wants. Bellick in the small blind, shoving with the ace-queen. And that's going to be the end of that. 32 players remaining now. That means the pay jump is looming from €2,850 to €3,225. KML says it thinks it's fine with his stack size, open fold, pretty straightforward hand, won't be tempted to flat 3-bet. I think because he has one of the biggest stacks at the table, he could definitely widen his open range. Just ace-6, ace-7, ace-8 off, just don't play that well. Post flop. Lee making a 30k to go from the hijack. The full 3x here with the kings. And Taborski in the small blind and the decision with ace-10 of clubs. His decision would be a lot easier. He could 3-bet or call in the small. Had Quan Lee not made it full 3 times the big blind. And you see there now, that's allowed Taborski to get away. Figuring Quan Lee going to be on the stronger side of things. KML says, yeah, arguably the worst ace. Yeah, just I've never been a fan of ace-6. It just always has done me dirty. It does block opponents having an ace. It's just there's some big stacks at the table behind them. If we're going to be opening a lot of hands from early position, we don't need to open ace-6, even though we do block. KML says he probably backs himself to outplay most others at the table post flop. I'd say that's a very good observation. I'll always have a soft spot for Mikhail Marquez. She's just so interesting to watch, knowing how competent he is, how many scores he's had. He seems to be one of the most regular people we see on the feature table felt, so it's great to have him back once again. He's got a diamond draw here. He hits the diamond draw on the turn. Kings out in force today so far over the last I say just 2 orbits, 15 hands. They've been out 3 times. Yeah, he's won about 2 million at Kings. He ain't no spring chicken. Bets 25k on the turn here. Bellick now with enough flush draw. Not a great hand to have here. He loses to an 8, he loses to an ace, he loses to a flush. But with the king of diamonds, we are going to be sure to be seeing a river. River is the three of hearts. Massive bet here by Marrakesh. 115k. Belek going to be forced to fold here, one would think. Unless Marrakesh is running a bluff with like a Jack 10, Jack 9 type hand. There are two combinations that spring to mind if he was on the bluffing spectrum. He loses to a flush, an 8, an ace. Would Marrakesh make it this sizing with just an ace? A Barry, like an ace 9, an ace 10, ace Jack type hand that that decided not to 3-bet pre? Looks pretty nutted. Had he bet smaller, Belek might have decided to bluff shove with the King of Diamonds blocker to get his opponent to fold an ace. Probably not an 8. Belek seems to... I think Marrakesh has made it this sizing as well to stop himself being bluffed by a hand that contains a diamond that's larger than his. Does call him off. Gets the terrible news. KML says having the King of Diamonds is bad. He doesn't even unblock King of Diamond bluffs. Yeah, I totally agree with that. But say Marrakesh made a smaller bet, Belek could rep that he has the King High Flush and come over the top. It's just a bluff catcher indeed, and not a great one when we want our opponent to have a King of Diamonds type hand. But had Marrakesh used like a blocker-ish type sizing / value bet with a weak ace, we could get our opponent to fold that by moving all in. So that's why I feel like he's chose a larger sizing of 115k. Our opponent only having 170 odd total, he's not going to be folding for the additional 60k. Interesting hand. Was call it off, not believing Marrakesh, getting the bad news, losing 2/3 of his stack there. He's got to remain composed because that's not something you can easily regroup from. Tuan Lee 3xing once more. That must be his standard raise size. He's doing this with 2 black 10s. Vitali beside him playing 16 bigs and ace queen of spades. Facing a 3x open. I don't even know how good it is to shove here. But if that's your opponent's standard raise size, then we just go with it. Sean Lee going to have to call this for 140k more. Big flip here. Sean Lee having Vitali covered. 57% for the ace, queen of spades, 43 for the two tens. Barry in the window, ace, three, deuce. 363k in this pot. Turn is the three of hearts, and Juan Lee going to need a 10 and the 10 only on this river. Nine of hearts is the river, doesn't come. Vitali with a nice double up there. Tim L says, yeah, I was thinking maybe a 45k bet in the river from Mikesh, but I think it's clear Bellic has SD value to call, showdown value, and if he doesn't have showdown value, I don't think he has enough back to make a bluff unless Mikesh has a missed diamond draw, which he blocks with the king of diamonds. Very well said, KML. Bellic pausing for a moment. There is a page jump that I mentioned already. This is the Jack 6 off go with 6 bigs. Dvorsky in the hijack with the 10-8 of clubs. Sexy starting hand, min raises. Eves Talman, who is also a King's Resort reg in the big blind with Jack 3 of diamonds and the decision. See a flop for 10k more. Ace 7-3 is the flop. Pair threes for Eves. Zaborski getting 16,000. I'm up on 60 at first, but I thought that would be a bit wild. Bet a 16k in a call. Turn is 7 of clubs. Zaborski now with a flush draw. Eves checking back. River is the jack of spades. Pair of jacks now for Eves. Now, does Taborski want to try make a 3-fold if our opponent did have one, or a hand like 5s, 6s? Not going to get a 7 to fold, of course, and a 7 wouldn't check twice, I wouldn't think. He's not going to get an ace to fold. Just decides to give it up, but I think that's fine. Eves will win a small pot. Yes, Kay, I don't think he can make Eves fold there, even if he didn't hit the jack on the river, and that also completes the flush. Just a bad board to continue on. We block straights, that's about it. Plus it's a paired board. Okay, says could have rep King Jack at best, but Eves chops against that, yeah. Just better spots, better boards. Vitello fold a pocket pair there, pocket trees on the button. Don't really get that. He's shoving in the small. Twan Lee in the big. 10-9 off suit and 10 big blinds. Let's go. Taborski with the min raise at the ace-5 of diamonds. Pay jump has been reached. 31 players remaining now. Gusty not going to open the king 10 of diamonds into the two large stacks on his left. Twan all in from the button for 8.6 big blinds. King 10 off suit. Bellick going to be forced to call here with 4 big blinds behind. 2-1 favourite for the ace-5 to knock out Twan. No. Bellick is the at-risk player for 51k. Juan Lee will be left with 3.5 big blinds. Or he will eliminate Bellick in 31st place. 117,000 in this pot. Three deuce deuce is the flop. Bellick now with a straight draw. He's 86%. Very good start for him. Juan Lee needing a king or a 10, and a king and a 10 already gone into the muck. Does hit a king. Always a surprise around the corner. Kings. There it is, the king of spades. River to 9 of spades. Bellick has been eliminated. Juan Lee will play 15 bigs. And 30 players will now remain in the German Championship of Poker. Gusty now with the 9s under the gun. I would like to see him just open the 2 bigs. He might just go for a jam. You see him jam with the 9s already, and he does do it again. Toddy asking for a count with pocket 7s, but won't be able to call here for 16 bigs. Everybody folding. Gusty taking it down. Problem with shoving that many blinds into a full table is if we are called, we are most likely in a lot of trouble. Get called by ace, queen, king. Even ace jack might have to go in the muck. Ali with the open in the cutoff to 22k with 9-6 of diamonds. Gusty with the rejam with the ace jack of diamonds, and now playing 20 big blinds and a little bit of cheese on top for Gusty. Gusty in the small blind and the decision with Jack 9 off suit 20 big blinds. Just going to be completing here most of the time. Ten 8-6 is the flop. Rakesh with 8-3 off suit, flopping a pair of eights. Open ender for Gusty. Post flop coin flip. Bit of 10k. Four of clubs hits the turn. Gusty going for the double barrel here. I think this is a good choice. I bet about 35k. Yeah, it's 35k. Tough for Rakesh to continue here. He does have second pair. A lot of draws out there. This board getting wetter and wetter. Gusty with 150k behind, 85k in the middle, 35k for Marrakesh to call. We'll call a second time. Dukes of clubs hits the river. Completes the flush. Gusty probably wants to just jam all in here if he's going to continue. Could have structured a little bit of a larger bet on the flop and turn. Looks like he just wants to give up. Might have just continued with a jam there if I was Gusty. Yes, we are going to be eliminated if Marrakesh has a flush. Two pair or even a good 10. But the pot's big. We've just over a stack to pot ratio of 1-to-1. And if we want to win that pot, it was our only way to do it. $29 players remaining now. Kay says, I think he has to continue with his hand on the river when unblocking the front flush draw. I think he just has the right combination, and he had the jack of clubs in his hand. Blocks some flush draws. I think it's just a hand we want to fire all three streets on if we're going to play it. When we flop an open ender, we just bet a little bit bigger on the flop and turn to set up pot size bet on the river as a jam. He says a lot of players will give up. It's not common for players to just buy in triple barrel bluff, and he's up against a big stack that can call him off anyway. Yeah, all fair. I understand. It's just when the pot's that big, it's a great opportunity for us to stick it in and think of Ireland. And Kay says Mukesh probably decided on turn that he will call off if the river is safe. I don't think you would have seen him call all in. He was debating what he was going to do on the turn, but I think he played his hand correctly. It doesn't make a good call on the turn if we think our opponent is going to be jamming a lot on the river. We nearly just want to give up on the turn. Pocket eight's taking that one down. Taborski min raising with the ace queen of spades from early position. Kay says he agreed, but that's why capable players will size their turn bets to look like they're setting up for a river jam, making many hands fold on the turn. You see, bet 35k into 50k on the turn, which is a grand sizing, but if he bet a small bit larger on the flop, he could bet a small bit larger on the turn, and then it's basically exactly 1-to-1 on the river. That only works, of course, if that's what's left in your stack. As Dvorsky betting 18k here on King 5-9, 2 heart board. Quan Lee defending with ace deuce. See, the average stack in this tournament with 29 players remaining is 60 big blinds. We're in for a hell of a day of poker. 20 eliminations to go before we have a final table. Rakesh stealing the blinds and antes, paying 99 biggins now. We'll round it up and call it 100. 20k from Eves in the cutoff with 5-3 of spades, mixing things up here with the 5 high. As we've had one more casualty, 28 players remaining now. Jaborski in the big blind and the decision. Could 3-bet this one, could call this one, and could even jam this one. Cut off against big blind. I don't mind just a straight up jam for 25 bigs. Does move all in for nearly 27 big blinds. It's right on the threshold of being too much, but if you think your opponent's going to be 4-bet jamming a lot, just take that move away from them, jam ourselves, unless we want a 3-bet call, and that seems a little bit out there. Jaborski completing in the small with 6-4 offsuit, and Gusty jamming 5s for 14 bigs. Been raised from Taborski on the button with Jack 9 offsuit. Gusty could shove this one, but decides to let it go. Just with a deuce kicker, no harm in saying goodbye to that one. Taborski going for it again. This time King 5 off suit. Don't really like this open into Marrakesh Vitello. Does get the job done. Small blind is now 6k, big blind 12k. This is a 16k ante, it looks like. Maybe that's a typo and it's 6 12 12. Taborski from the hijack with the ace 7 of diamonds. Taborski taking this one down. Nice accumulation happening for Taborski. Eves all in from the small. Lee with just 10-4 off suit in the big, letting it go. 12 bigs for Gusty, ace, king. All in. So Lee, the only person under 10 big blinds. Only 2 players over 31 bigs, though. Mikhail Markesh with 81, Botello 96, and Taborski a 50 big blind difference between second and third place at this feature table. 4 tables of 7 players remaining. Rakesh, 26k to go with pocket fours. Taborski defending in the big blind with 10-7 of diamonds. Flop coming ace, queen, 3. Rakesh just wants to be betting this one. 20k even. Goes for 20,000, gets the fold. Botello with the raise, 30k. David Taborski in the small blind. 27 big blinds to start the hand. We've got action. Does he just want a 3-bet call this one or move all in? Decides to just move all in. Botello going to hate a large chunk of Botello's stack. It's over a quarter of it. A lot of blinds. I really don't know if we'll see him call this one. It's a great pass there from the ace queen. Bit, bit less chips. He probably just sticks it in just enough to decide that he didn't really want to be flipping and could easily be up against ace king, which was the case. Hello, let's ace three of hearts go. I thought we'd see him open there. Couple of short stacks to this table, not wanting to raise call them or raise fold, just letting it go. A little bit tight, maybe seven-handed with the ace three of hearts. Only because he's got so much chips. All the way around to Taborski, who's been getting after it. 32 big blinds he's playing now, close to 400k on the button. Queen jack offsuit will open again. Up going check, check. Turn coming to jack of hearts, 876 jack. Rakesh for the flush now. Gusty all in with the fours. Over the open of Taborski. Taborski opening once more, this time with the jack nine offsuit. Gusty going to get the job done. Got to be rejamming a pair there. Taborski taking down another one with the ace deuce of diamonds this time. Rakesh with the Cowboys. 28K to go. Taborski with a real hand now. Ace king of hearts. Look at this. Gusty shoving all in over the top. And Botello looking for a count. This might allow Botello to get away from his hand. Taborski certainly won't be folding ace king suited. He'll call and whip off the ace king of hearts. Gusty in serious trouble here. 27% with the ace jack off suit. 460k in the pot. Taborski a 3-1 favorite. Queen 8-3 is the flop. Turn is a Barry. It's the ace of diamonds. River is the 4 of spades. Gusty has been eliminated in 28th place. A pay jump has been reached. All players remaining, all 27 of you, guaranteed €3,635. Facial Twitch is in the house. What's up, buddy? 26 players remaining now. Marquette over the mill with the ace jack of hearts, raising to 27k. Taborski on a bit of a heater here, 600k in his stack, finding two late in the big blind. Taborski and Rakesh, good friends, of course. Rakesh going to fold to the pressure of Taborski in the big blind. Facial Twitch asks, how are you, Don? I'm very good, man. How are you keeping? Keeping well. Hope you're keeping well yourself. Rakesh scooping that one with pocket fours. Borski making a 25k to go on the button with pocket fives. Rakesh calling into small with king queen of clubs. Vitello with 10 3 of hearts in the big blind now. Rakesh could have opted to 3-bet this one, but decides to just peel one off in the small blind. Vitello getting out of the way. Cheap and chair says hello. Hello to you too. Welcome. Trip kings for Rakesh on this flop. See you later, Facial Twitch. Rakesh checking. Taborski most likely wants to c-bet here. Let's go for a bet of 50k, it looks like. Going on the larger size. That looks like a raise. I don't know how much I love a raise when we've got trips, having called in the small. Rather just call and get our opponent to continue bluffing, etc. And Lee taking a very spicy jam under the gun here with 7-3 of hearts. I prefer to let the blinds hit him and go all in with 7 high. Even though it is suited, it's just not going to play that well in an all-in situation. Mikel Marrakesh with ace queen on the button. Ten, 9, 7 is the flop. A pair for Tuan Lee. 2 pair for Tuan Lee and a double up to 180k. Letting one go with the king 9 off suit, folded all the way around to the small blind. He's going to be ripping this one from the small king jack. One would think for 15 bigs. Hitting flops, asked what the buy-in is. This is €1,100 German Championship of Poker live from the King's Resort in Rosvadov. 26 players remaining. Juan Lee not going to call it off with the king 9. Vitello raises to 30k in the cutoff with ace jack. Charlie with king 8 off suit in the decision in the big. Just decides to let it go. Janet's in the house. Hello. Hello, M. Jello. Come on in. The water's lovely. 26 players remaining, all the way down to 9 players tonight. We'll have our final table set for tomorrow. What an event it is. The GCOP. Vitello raising into hijack. Expect to see Vitello be very active in later position, especially. And Taborski with very defendable 10-7 of clubs. And 6-5 is the flop. Up there for both players. Could be a little bit of trouble here for Taborski. Vitello and the c-bet. Decides not to c-bet. Interesting that he checks behind. Not really the biggest fan of checking behind top pair there with a king kicker. We'll try to get some value off a straight draw. 5 is 6, maybe ace high. Especially a weaker 10. Now Taborski wants to lead here. And he can lead pretty big. He can lead like 50k here. Goes for a bet of 40. Letting the call in the river is the 6 of diamonds. Taborski now with the option to bet again. I think he does want to bet again. He could bet. Go half pot again. Seems totally fine. Anywhere up to 100. Try to get paid by a worse hand. Little does he know Vitello has a better 10. This is one of the advantages of checking back top pair with such a good kicker. It's unlikely that our opponent will think we could have a better top pair hand, but we do. So I wouldn't mind a 100k bet here, 100-ish. Goes for a bet of 110k. Vitello just has a clear call. Unless he thinks his opponent's going to have too strong of a hand. He beat busted straight draws, busted club draw. A weaker 10 would go for 2 streets of value once the flop goes check, check. So I think when we play our hand this way and we just check behind on the flop, we just call 2 streets. And if we're beat, we're beat. Wow, Botello just letting that go. Very tight fold from Botello. Was not expecting to see that. And Taborski getting away with murder and now playing 650k is a force to be reckoned with at this feature table. Taborski in the small, 6-4 off suit in the decision. Giving a walk to Marrakesh, 10-5. Marrakesh will be happy to take that one down. Tens for the tap, Vitali shoving over the top of Tuan Lee. I don't really like this open by Lee, but it looks like he saved himself by not going all in himself. Lee gets out of the way, Vitali taking this one down. Tallying the hijack, ace 4 diamonds, 22 bigs. Going to be coming in for a raise. We've had one more beauty school dropout. 25 players remaining now. Tally 30k to go. Eves in the big race. 6 of clubs. Queen A10 is the flop. Eves could have just rejammed or went for a 3-bet, but decided to just call, which is totally fine. Vitali flopping, not flush draw. Bet will take that one down from the ace 4. Rakesh with the ladies in the cutoff. 28k to go. Patello with a very tempting 3-bet spot here with ace 6 of spades on the button. Decides to let it go. Eves with ace king. This is going to action. Eve's going to move all in. Rakesh not going to be folding queens, of course. Big coin flip here. Big boy poker. 600k in the middle. 588,000, just shy of 50 big blinds. Rakesh with pocket queens. Eves with ace king. Eves the at-risk player. Rakesh will still have 800k should he be unsuccessful in holding with the ladies. Flop is king 3 deuce. Good start for Eves. Great start, in fact. Turn is another king. Rakesh needing a lady on this river. River is a 4. Eves raising to 27k on the button with King 6 off suit. Botello in the hijack, ace 9 off suit. Taborski defending in the big blind. I think this is a bit too wide for Taborski. Does flop an open ender with the 5 deuce off suit. Queen 4, 3, 2 spades hit the flop. Botello with the decision. That's 35,000. This plays well as a check raise. If you're Taborski, you might just call. I kind of prefer a check raise here to about 100k. Turn comes the 3 of hearts. 148,000 in this pot now. I might lead if I'm Taborski. Rep a 3. Can bet about 100k, 80 to 100k. Looks like that's what he is thinking about doing, looking down at his chips. Looks like he goes for 80k. Botello letting it go. On Lee, all in with the ace deuce of diamonds in the cutoff for 93k total, so about 7.5 big blinds. All the way around to Mrakesh, who won't be calling with king 5. Tally in the cutoff, king jack off suit. Decides to let it go. Would I like to see him do something there in the cutoff with king jack? Dvorsky on the button, raises 25k, ace 9 off suit. Very tight fold from the king jack off suit there in the cutoff. I guess he realized he's raising into Mrakesh, Botelho, and Dvorsky. But if we don't have hands like that in our min-raise folding range, then it's very hard for us to get action when we have a premium like Jacks Plus. Mrakesh coming in hot with a 3-bet to 100k from the small blind with Queen 8 off suit, and Botelho with the decision with pocket 9s in the big. We've got action here. Dvorsky with ace 9, Botelho pocket 9s, Mrakesh the 1 3-betting from the small, getting Botelho to fold a hand as strong as 9s. Mrakesh feeling that one out. He's got a great disparity between playing really good hands and mixing in a lot of semi-bluff hands, and then 3-betting as weak as Queen 8 off suit there from the small. Never know what that man's going to do next, and that's what makes it so action-packed and exciting to commentate on his play. Vitali in the hijack here with ace queen off suit. Vitali's in a world of hurt with all them players behind him. Dvorsky, Botelho, and Mrakesh. You've heard the man. There will be a 15-minute break after this hand, with 25 players remaining, all guaranteed a minimum of €3,635 currently. So that's going to conclude the first session of play. We'll see you all in a few moments for lots more action live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. You're watching the German Championship of Poker. We'll see you in about 15 minutes, folks. Don't go anywhere.
you end up gagging and almost throwing up at the smell of your own, you know. So to counter that, this 12-hour solo commentary stint felt like you guys would give me a bit of space, a bit of leeway,
you just love poker,
and let me off the old sock and sandals grind.
Oh, good. It is.
You know, like my one-time pass. Bam saying never an excuse. Boots saying agree, sock and sandals is brutal. All right, chat. Okay.
But apart from that, I'm all good. Issues with our central nervous system, but other than that.
Celebson saying getting paid millions for it. Millions. All right, chat. All right. Okay, no more socks and sandals. I see how it is.
Or society.
So we jump back into this.
Other than that,
Button open from Nikki P. Deep with the 3-bet out the small with the queens. This could be a chip lead pot, ladies and gentlemen.
5 seconds.
Orpin has woken up with ace queen O in the big.
One time button.
Button v small blind v big blind. Chat, does Orpin just rip here? For 33 bigs. Oh, wow. Oh, boy. 3.1 million from Orpin. The cold 4 out of the big. Sean Deeb looking for bracelet number 4. In a great spot to either just pick up this 5.6 in the middle or get it in with the queens and be a 3-1 favorite to have over half the chips in play. Hand number 102. Nail biting stuff here. Can't fault Orpin for 4-betting out of the big. Deeb with the 3-bet out the small. Nikki P on the background saying he's going to shove over the top of this 3-bet. Does announce all in. And Orpin with a snap fold. Sean Deeb picks up a monster pot without even having to sweat 5. Up to 14 million in chips.
I see, yeah.
It's history about to be made here. Big fan of all of these 5 players, have done so much for the game already in their own respective ways.
Absolutely. I think Sean Deeb is the main man to go on and challenge Phil Hellmuth's 17 bracelets.
Yeah, I've got a bet.
Oh, you have?
Yeah.
What's the bet? Oh, hold that thought. Hold that thought, guys.
1,000% in the 8 game.
Daniel comes with call.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, let me think about it.
2.3 in the middle.
Oh, shoot, right.
Ace in the window, ace 7-4. Couple of diamonds, saying with the jack of diamonds in hand. Came with the 3.3x pre. Gonna continue for small. Don't really see Daniel doing much other than just call here. 3.5 in the middle, Pourquoi. Jack of hearts on the turn, would you believe? He has turned a set of jacks, and Daniel Negreanu in rough shape here at this stack to pot ratio. What a sick turn card.
Henry celebrating that one like never before.
Not celebrating, pal, just sickened at how tournament poker works.
Check on the turn. 5 of hearts on the river. Backdoor hearts getting there. Daniel has the ace of hearts though. So I think if we see a bet from Foix, Daniel might well have to pay this one off.
Sick turn. Running hearts. Especially with the ace of hearts in hand. Negreanu likely to hero here.
2.8.
2.8.
2.8.
Just hoping that Paul's turning a hand like King Queen, King 10 with the King of Hearts, Queen of Hearts into a bluff. Does make the call. Chip lead pot. Seng up to 11 million in chips. Dean Eggs down to 15 bigs. Nothing he can do. Blind v blind with that run out.
Okay.
We like that turn just a little bit, right?
I was like, going to give up.
Yeah.
I tell you who loved that turn. Sean Deep, ladies and gentlemen. Sean Deep loved that turn. Do apologise, Pourquoi up to second in chips. 36 bigs, 32% of all the chips in play.
Because there's so many times, man, when I'll come to a series like this and I'll be in the booth and I'll just be like, I wish I was out there playing. Like, I wish I was out there playing.
The Triton events here, anytime I miss them and I watch them on TV, I'm like, fuck, I want to get on a plane now, and it's too late. I get such FOMO from watching them.
No, I can imagine. I can imagine someone like yourself as well that like plays those higher buy and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm talking more about like the 2Ks and the 5Ks. I'm like, damn, you know.
Yeah. No, for me, because also, like I play at the Poker Go studio, right? And you know, it's limited because the Asians can't come, Canadians don't come. But then you go to these Tritons and it's like the fields are 8 times bigger.
Yeah.
You know, huge prize pool and stuff like that, and they look really juicy. So I definitely get the FOMO from that. But I want to play whenever the next Triton is. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think anything's been like officially announced yet.
I was surprised I came here because I was like sort of a little bit last minute. Leon texted me, showed me a schedule, and all of a sudden I was, this might be fun. And I had the itch, obviously, after winning the Super High Roller Bowl.
Yeah.
I feel like the meta is in a good place for me right now, and I'm in good control of it.
Yeah.
In terms of, you know, just controlling the pace of play, if you will. So I want to strike while the iron is hot, so people figure out what the hell I'm doing.
That's good, man. No, I'm glad to hear it, because I know it was pretty brutal. I remember watching you get to a point where, especially like the Poker Go tour,
Selfie stick.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't see that.
Oh man, I trashed the selfie stick. You know, that was a 250K. You know, that was
WSOP.
Yeah, I was on my second bullet. You know, whatever, 210s against David Peters.
Yeah.
Runner spades he hit. You know, and I just was like at my peak, and I had this selfie stick, and it sort of half broke, and I just threw it on the ground. And then Justin Bonomo said I beat women. As a result, because I broke a selfie stick, and he's like, well, this is clearly a sign that women are afraid to play. I'm like, have you ever watched sports in your life? Have you never seen a football player throw his helmet, a golfer throws, you know, stick? It's called passion, buddy.
Max Hansen was his real name. One like an EPT.
Oh, yeah.
Like oversold in another one and scammed people a bunch. And now he's dead.
Let's move it along. I'm sorry I brought it up.
He goes in now. He just goes in now. He's dead.
Hey, you suck out of me, you eventually die. That's the rules.
Fair enough.
I rarely get in ahead, so most of you guys are safe.
That's some brutal table chatter. Not gonna lie. Anyway, moving on. Here we are. Green Dreams, I believe the answer is yes. Over 5,000 of you tuning in across the board as we jump back into this. How about that for a flop, ladies and gentlemen? Small blind v hijack could be absolute carnage. King, Jack, Jack, hand number 96 of the tournament.
He's got sweats, you know.
Adams with trip jacks, queen kicker, Pidden with trip jacks, 10 kicker, ace or a king would chop it. 2 to come, 1.9 in the middle. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. We could be down to 5 after this cooler. We could be down to 5 after this cooler. Adams going nowhere.
12.
Understandably so.
9-5 to be exact.
Deuce of spades on the turn, changes nothing.
No.
Pidden, understandably not slowing down on the turn, 1.3 into 3.4.
You fully retired now, or what?
Pretty much. You know that spot where you folded 7?
No.
I opened into Tim's big
No
line.
active businesses.
Yeah. 8. Yeah, super tight spot for me, obviously. What would you 4-bet versus or pass? What would
Adams
you?
just makes the call. 4 spades. Backdoor spades do get there. 6 million in the middle. Don't think Adams will be folding to a jam if Pidden decides to. Does announce all in, and
Can I just have a confirm account?
it's just going to ask for a quick count before flicking in the call, one would assume. And we're going to be down to the final 5 players unless Timothy Adams folds trips here. Obviously losing to ace jack, king jack. Does make the call. Jack no good for Pidden, out-pipped by 1.
Good game, man.
And ladies and gentlemen,
Unlucky.
we are down to the final 5 players here
Good game, man.
in the 50K Diamond High Roller.
Who's your man?
Sorry, I didn't realize you guys were...
To lose Daniel Pidden in 6th place, 119,500 euros for his efforts.
What you had? King Jack and...
Taborski in the hijack here. Welcome back, folks. Ace Queen of Hearts for Taborski. If you're just tuning in, you're watching the German Championship of Poker main event, day 3, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. 25 players remaining, and we will have a crucial redraw. When we've one more elimination, we will come back with 3 tables of 8 after a redraw. Playing 8k small blind, 16k big blind with 16k running big blind ante. That's 8, 16, 16. Ace Queen 7 is the flop. Taborski with 2 pair. Tuan Lee defending with 10-9 off suit, coming up short. Top 2 for Taborski, and the decision. Decides to check back his 2 pair. King of Clubs hitting the turn, and Tuan Lee debating on whether to bet something, it seems. Let's just go for a check, and now Taborski decides to check a second time. River coming, the Queen of Spades giving him a full house. I don't think we get our opponent to fold much when he checks flop, checks turn. So going for a bluff with just 10 high seems a little foolish. We do block straights. The Jack 10 being the nuts. The nut straight, not the nut house. The board pairing on the river. Now Taborski is to try to get some tin value from maybe a 7 or a weak king. Unlikely that he has an ace. Taborski just deciding to go all in. That will be the end of that. B-Deg 1, 2, 3, 4 As is the tournament 8-handed. It will be when we hit one more elimination. We will come back with 3 tables of 8, 24 players. And we'll play down to a final table, the final 9 tonight. And then we will come back tomorrow. We will have a 9-handed final table, not 8. Eves min raising on the button with King 6 of Spades. Gets that one through. It looks like they've had an elimination on one of the outer tables, so this will be the last time before we go on that redraw. So Vitali giving a walk, pocket sixes, takes down that one. We are going to go on a short commercial break and get this redesigned and redrawn for you. Come back with 3 tables of 8 in less than 20 minutes. Stay tuned for lots more action of the German Championship of Poker main event. Day 3 live from the King's Resort in Rosvadov. I will see you all in a few moments.
Wow, blind v blind. Sam Grafton 5 cards away from being up to 8 million in chips and number 99 of this final table.
Are you rooting for me?
No.
You're too professional. You're too professional.
Yeah, no, I want to see a 7 right in the door.
Too much.
Nicky P being honest, saying he wants to see a 7 right in the door. If Squiddy can hold here, he's going to have over 30 big blinds, needs to fade a 7, and now needs to fade a 6 or a jack. 7 would give him the straight. Adams going from 3 to 7 outs.
I wish you called them kings.
10 on the turn. Now giving Adams some chop outs.
Deuce of clubs.
Queen of spades on the river. And Sam Grafton, ladies and gentlemen,
Somebody's gambling around.
now up to 8 million in chips, looking for his first bracelet.
Okay, we have 2 million, 3.5, 6.
Well, I'm a vegan, right? I've been a vegan for 20 years, and then I started adding muscle and like learning how to, you know, do that on a vegan diet. And I have like a very regimented like structure for when I'm home and I'm like working out. Wake up 10:30, breakfast, in the gym at noon, 4 meals a day. I count my macros, I measure everything. That's when I'm like not playing World Series of Poker. During World Series of Poker, whether it's Vegas or Rosvadov, I do whatever the hell I want. I eat candy, I eat chocolate, I work out if I feel like it, maybe not. You know, I just all like devote myself to poker. But the idea typically is to be in shape before I start. So that way, you know, I'm not like complete mess.
What is your favorite candy then?
My favorite candy? Man, jeez. Well, chocolate, right? Chocolate's not a candy. I guess it's, yeah, but chocolate.
Which one?
Like just peanut butter chocolate cups, and, you know what I mean?
Nice.
Like, come on, like, they're good. And you know, you can get those vegan very easy, just dark chocolate.
Yeah, good protein source as well. Good fat source.
Well, chocolate has protein?
The peanut butter.
Oh, the peanut butter. Well, yeah, a little bit, not a ton of protein.
No, did it not? Oh, okay. I thought
a little bit. Peanut butter's like most, like you said, it's a fat.
Okay.
With a little bit of protein. It's got protein.
Like, do you eat like any kind of supplements, like maybe some like leon mushrooms or maybe something?
Well, when I'm working out, like I'll do like usually after workouts I'll do like I'll use protein powder and do a protein shake. But for me, like my main sources of food are like seitan, which is like vital wheat gluten. You can make it taste like chicken, beef, whatever, right? It's like a fake meat, pure protein, no carbs, no fat. And the other one is like tofu, and then also you know, protein powder. I think a lot of people who go vegan, they make a mistake. They just eat a lot of beans, and then you end up farting a lot. It's like too much, so you don't want to do that, right?
And you stumble across cobras and all sorts of creepy crawlies when you're out in the dark. It's too hot to wear trainers. That little layer of protection. I'm talking out my ass. We already know that the socks don't help. If a cobra wants a little snag of a toe. Chat, I'm getting delirious. Okay, we're 14 hours in. I feel like Joey Ingram on one of his deep dive investigations, minus the edibles. Shout out Pappy. Bam, I'm saying Henry currently 3-bet jamming every live situation at the moment and winning. Yeah, dodging bullets, baby. I'm going to run into it eventually. BNK said, what's the start time tomorrow? Way too early for me. I'm going to be kicking off at 1 p.m. Central European time. So, 9 hours from now. Oh, hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. We got a bit of a cooler here. Oh boy. Danny gonna have to pull an old rose stucco on Riyadh, who sucked out with the 10s against Queens for the chip lead pot against Punat Punsri earlier on. And well, 110 dead. Not helping the young Dane. .34 big blinds effective. Lift off time, chat. Danny does announce himself, and he is in rough shape. Already seen a 10 dead. Heart's working for him, but he's going to need to pull a miracle out of the hat. 14 hours into the day. 5 cards away from elimination. Could have been that 10 spot earlier. Riyadh just gets to click, call, cards on their backs. 2.9 million chip pot. 43 left in the record-breaking World Series of Poker Europe main event. If the Frenchman can hold, it's going to be up to over 5.4 million. 9-5 deuce. Berkmos drawing to 1 out twice for his tournament life. 8 of diamonds changes nothing other than the tees, there being 4 across. 10 of spades and a 10 of spades only. No dice. Gonna lose Danny Berkmos in 43rd. GG's, chat.
I think also.
Start of the
we
day
will not make it. We can bet.
This even way less people actually. Less people than the last time, yeah. Because the last time was like 83 or something.
The DJs are trying to have a bet at the table whether they will make the money before play is ended for the evening.
One level, no, I don't think so.
Everything is too slow.
One level more, 20 knockouts is asking for a lot. If it is one level more.
I think also too slow.
Erkin continuing on Jack 8-6, 2 spade flop. Here and a flush draw for Erkin. Patrick with middle pair, queen of spades in his hand also. Bet of 22k and a call, over 100k in the middle now as we see the turn. Oh, the turn is the 8 of clubs, giving Patrick trips now. Erkan most likely just going to take a free card, try hit a spade on the river. And he does do just that. 4 of spades hitting the river, giving Erkan the nut flush.
That's 60.
Patrick with a bet of 60k, 60% pot. How much can Erkan raise to get called by an 8? And how is this going to look to Patrick?
160.
160. Patrick getting 3-1 on a call here for 100k more. Patrick calling an unbeliever with his 8.
Yeah, nice flop.
Nice pot for Erkan, adding 222k to his stack. That's the first real hit we've seen Patrick take.
Thank you.
Like 2.3.
2 million back.
Thanks.
Right? 4.6. 2,060,000 back. If you want it.
All in.
He does announce all in with the ace-6.
They'll card, and then I'll have to look at the other one.
See what D-Nex wakes up with.
That's probably coming. Let's see what the other one is. Why is it always ugly? Oh, never mind. That's plenty. Plenty good against this man. He goes only with 946. I saw him before. Huh? You saw him before? Okay, I'm all in.
D-Nex makes the call. Cards on their backs.
Oh, he has an ace? How do you get an ace?
Ben Heath.
Remember what we were saying about best hand? Let's have the worst hand win.
Came into this final table as chip leader.
Yeah, have a good hand. I shoved.
Been a bit up and down if he can hold here.
He would have shoved. He would fold ace-6 off for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Play suited.
He will stop Daniel Negreanu right in his tracks and winning bracelet number 7.
Where's the spiel about the best hand winning now?
That's what I reversed it. Like, well, let's forget all that.
To the flop, ladies and gentlemen, and it is a king in the window. Trip kings for Daniel Negreanu.
It's not over yet.
Hunting bracelet number 7 and in great shape to get the double here. Needs to fade the running Broadway of running clubs, and Ben Heath is dead on the turn. Would you believe? Chat, is history about to be made here in Rozvadov?
Got the defensive.
Daniel Negreanu doubles up to 20 big blinds.
People on stream who are wondering why you're calling King 8.
You read the
completely unrelated hand from the stone bubble.
What's up? Good morning. Are you ready for today? Yeah. See you at Kings.
Alright folks, we are back for more action live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. This is the German Championship of Poker. 24 players remaining now. And carry on UK. Lots of new players at the table after the crucial redraw. 3 tables of 8 remaining. Carry on UK. Opening from the button. A 3-bet coming from Jules, who seems to be playing a very large stack of over 1.2 million. With the 3-bet. Playing 80 big blinds now. Big blind still 16k, small blind 8k, and a 16k running big blind ante. That's 8k, 16k, 16k. We still have Mikel Mrakesh at this table. We've lost Gorgeous George and 1 or 2 others. David Taborski moving to an outer table. And Balotelli gone also. Average stack well over 40 big blinds. Juan Lee all in for 5 bigs with the King Deuce suited. One time in the big blind, gonna have to call with King Jack of Hearts. And Juan Lee most likely could have folded the King Deuce suited. But as it stands, Queen Jack 3 and a King on the turn, sealing the deal for one time. And Juan Lee has been eliminated in 24th place. Supping on a cocktail. Why not? On a Monday afternoon. Finn Bowen shoving over the top for 164k total. Mihail raising under the gun with 8-6 off suit, and that is very noteworthy. We've got action at this table, folks. Love to see it. Very wide open with the 8-6. So 23 players remaining, all guaranteed a minimum of €4,045. Jules making a 33k to go in the hijack with 10-9 of spades. One time on the button, 21 bigs and the decision with 2 10s. Just wants to be re-jamming this one all in. Does 3-bet to 225, essentially committing himself, leaving himself with 7 big blinds behind. That's enough to get the job done and take that one down. Playing 420k going forward now for one time. So 3-way action to the flop here. Marrakesh really opening things up from the button with the Queen 5 offsuit. Vimbo win defending in the big blind with 7-3 of diamonds. And Mihail calling. He must like the 8-6 offsuit. Decides to see a flop with it from the small blind. Marrakesh with the betting lead, bets 40k, and Vimbo with the flush draw. Just decides to check call on the flop. Turn going check, check. River to 10 of hearts. The nuts now for Marrakesh. Bet from Marrakesh. Fold from Win. Ando min raising with the ace three of hearts. Take 20 bigs. Win in the small blind with 2 nines. Just wants to be jamming this one. Carry on UK with the decision now in the big blind, facing an open and a jam. With the ace jack off suit, might just let this one go. Had Ando raised from later position and the small blind rejammed, we might just go all in ourselves with ace jack, but close. We're not playing nine-handed, but I think we just let it go. And it's exactly 10 big blinds total. So Ando just having to call 8 big blinds more, but he only has 18 big blinds in his stack. So although normally you could go for a spin here had you got the chip, I think we will just see Ando fold this one. Let's it go. One time raises to 35k. Markesh calling with 2 nines in the hijack. Jules in the big blind and the decision, 19k more for him to call. Getting good odds to flop a set here. But it looks like he is going for a large 3-bet. Using those chips to his advantage. I'm not against this. When it gets back around to the pocket nines, though, I think Rakesh. Wow, he just folds immediately. Doesn't even consider continuing with pocket nines. I was going to say, does he want to see a flop or is he going to come back over the top? But no, deciding that if anyone 3-bet there, especially the big blind, he's just going to give them the ultimate credit and let it go. I can't fault the man. Very hard to disagree with anything he does. So we can see the cards. We have the luxury of being able to see the whole cards at home. Three-way action on ace jack 8. Jules with a pair of jacks. Carry on UK. Flopping a double go. Carry on UK betting 35k here. Jules with the decision in the small blind. Probably just wants to be calling. Does just call and out of the way. We will see a turn card. Turn is the 7 of clubs. Is this a hand that Carry On UK wants to triple barrel? Usually when the small blind comes along for the ride, pre-flop, it tends to be a stronger range. But having said that, hands like eights, jacks, ace jack should really be three betting pre. Ace queen we block, and ace king definitely hear about it post flop or pre flop. Therefore, I think this is a great candidate triple barrel. Got now 247k. Carry On UK saying, I'm going to bet enough on the turn to set up a pot size river jam. Nice play from Carry On UK, getting the best hand to fold. Rakesh raising to 35k with the ace 3 of hearts. Rakesh raising to 35k. Around one time in the big blind with king 4 of hearts. One time could easily defend this for 19,000. Does not want to see hearts. Not too many of them anyway. Instead it comes queen 7-3, no hearts pair for Rakesh. Big blind against under the gun. You have to remember now with 7-handed play we are saying under the gun, but under the gun is the low jack essentially. Pesh with the small bet, takes it down. Kyle raises 40k under the gun. The ace-8. Jules 3-betting to 120k here from the cutoff. With the 8 off suit. Very aggressive play by Jules. Takes it down. And though raising to 33k in the hijack with King 5 of diamonds. Mihail calling in the small with King 7 of hearts. Six-four deuce is the flop. One heart. Mihail likes playing from the small blind, it seems. Now, as flops go from the small blind, wouldn't be the worst combination. The check raise here. Backdoor hearts working, backdoor straight draws working. Knowing Ando is going to continue very wide. Maybe he just wants to see a turn card. Just be careful, Ando only has 180k behind. And now Ando with a pair of fives. A very action-packed card here. Open ender for Mihail. He could just basically dunk jam. I wouldn't want to be betting too small. Okay, just goes for 55k. Does look like he's setting up a river jam. Problem now for Ando is, okay, no problem. He's moving all in. What's going on here? He's left himself with 10k behind, or 8k it looks like. Couldn't see, was blending in with the blue felt. So, Mihail calling the additional 115k. There's 8k behind, 7k it looks like. This is why if I'm Mihail, I just want to jam on the turn. Just jam for pot. And maybe it was slightly over pot. And the river giving Ando the trips. Mihail showing king high. I don't know what Ando does if Mihail just shoves on the turn. Really interesting to see if he calls with just a pair of fives. Hard hand to dissect there. The open ender betting very small on the turn, only about a third of the pot. I believe Ando would call all in anyway. It's probably just all going in, folks, and I'm just analysing it to death. Dutch Poker Joker says big blind fold 6-2 deuce suited on fire. Dutch Poker Joker says sure call 7k behind. No, I'm on about before the 7k was behind. When the turn card came, if the small blind just jams all in for pot, does Ando call it off with just a pair of fives? It would look very like the small blind has a pair in a straight draw or a flush draw, and I think Ando would sniff it out and call anyway. But I was just wondering, if we are going to bet call on the turn from the small blind, are we not better off just jamming ourselves? Meanwhile, back at the ranch, we've got significant action here. One time with the tens, win with ace king. Jules with king, queen of diamonds. What the hell? And now, is it a three-way all-in? Three-way all-in here. Bing, bang, boom, just like that. All the money in the middle. One time with tens. Jules with king, queen of diamonds. Win with ace, king. $874K in the middle. King in the window. King of kings. Win. Looking pretty for a triple up here. Tens in serious trouble. Jules. Serious enough trouble himself. Turn is the five of hearts. Jules needing a lady, and needing a lady quick. It doesn't come, it's the seven of hearts. One time has been eliminated. Jules will lose small portion, few hundred K of their stack. Still be playing nearly 1.33 million. And win suddenly playing 600K. Massive triple up for win. There's 22 players remaining now. Win looks very happy, and why not? Triple up with 20 odd remaining in the German champions of poker. Championship even. Hope you're all enjoying the entertainment. If you're just tuning in this evening, you just got home from work to watch the German Championship of Poker live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. One of the staples on, I won't say it's one of the staples, but a massive tournament or an event that happens at King's. How could it be a staple? There's so many staples, week in, week out, action after action. Pretty much 365 days of the year at this fantastic resort. If you want to find out additional information about the resort, head over to the website where you can get some merchandise and find out all the additional information at www.kingsresort.com. 21 players remaining now, and that means a pay jump is looming. Pay jump looming from €4,045 to €4,460. 3 tables of 7 remain. And Rakesh getting busy with it. Ace King this time in the hijack, raising to 35K. Fish asked, are they playing until the final table? Yeah, the final 9. And then tomorrow we will play the final table of the GCOP. Few stars left amongst us with 3 tables of 7 remaining. And so much play in this. With 1 hour blinds, 50 odd big blinds is the current average stack. So we could be here quite a while. Mihail with the ace jack off suit under the gun +1. And Mikhail Rakesh in the small blind with king 8 off suit. Jack 6-4. He's betting 16k. Mihail with 5-2 soft suit and an inside straight draw is going call. Turn is the king of clubs. Give Rakesh top pair. Goes to 5-2 and folds. Rakesh playing over 900k now. Dangerous man to be giving chips to at any stage of a tournament.
I think not, but I have confirmation it's possible.
And though 3 betting with the king, queen of spades and the hijack. Nice pick up there for the king, queen of spades. And oh, picking up another one with the ace queen. Jules making a 54k to go. In the small blind, I like the sizing from Jules with the king 6 of spades over 3.5 times the big blind. Ando calling an additional 38k with 4-3 of diamonds. Oh, something everyone. First draw for Ando, top pair for Jules. Jules with a nice little check over to Ando. Goes check, check in the turn, giving additional outs to Ando. Definitely wants to start betting, I think. Something around 50 to 70,000. Somewhere around between 50 and 70,000 is the bet. 68k. What a rip. 8 of diamonds. Jules checks again. Now, how much does Ando think he can get paid from a hand like a Jack 10, Queen Jack? I don't know if he thinks the Jules will be as strong as a king here. Good sizing would be around 160, I think. Either that or he's going for even bigger sizing, like closer to pot. That looks like 210,000 total. He must think Jules is going to be king here a decent percentage of the time. Bet more than 2/3 pot. Jules blocks straights with the 6. He unblocks diamonds. Really tough spot here for Jules. Hard to see what Ando turns into a bluff here, but I think we just pay the man. He can have straight draws that miss. Hands he turns into a bluff. Really hand for Ando. Jules, not much he can do there. Check calls the flop. Or checks the flop. Check calls the turn. And kind of forced with that exact holding to pay the man and check call the river. Small blind now 10k, big blind now 20k with a 20k running big blind ante. That's 10k, 20k, 20k. Mihail 45k with the Queen Jack of Spades from under the gun +1. When calling in the hijack. So Mihail raising from the low jack. Only 7 positions at the table. As I aforementioned, Jules on the button here with ace-3 of clubs. And if you're Ando and an open and 2 calls, looks like there's a considerable amount of dead money out there. You're gonna make it like 200, 250 here. Yeah, it goes for right in between 200 and 250, 225. Love this sizing. And Jules, like, barely bats an eyelid before calling here for an additional 180,000. Massive pot. What's going on? Queen 10 deuce is the flop. And in general, this is going to smack the button's perceived defending range. But with 580k in the middle, and 656k is the effective stack. Ando wants to be betting something like 180k. It looks like he's going to set up a turn jam. Either that or decides he's going for the lot. But I think that that's just a bit too ambitious. So somewhere around 150 to 180k. Goes for even smaller 85,000. Ando known for making very small C bets. This is very small though. 80 into 580. Jules with the float with ace-3. Very exciting hand taking place here live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. 750,000 in the pot. The turn is the 5 of spades. And now what do you do if you're Ando? I don't know what way Jules's range looks like, but surely he would have bumped things up with King Queen and Ace Queen pre-flop. It looks like he's done with the hand. He's checking. And now Jules picks up a straight draw. I don't know what Jules is going to do. He could easily just move all in. And that's what he does. Goes for the huge bluff. This is savage stuff here from Jules. Taking any further move away from Ando. I guess he could have 10s. Queen 10, Queen Jack. I don't know what the biggest hand he can rep here is, but the way it played out, he shows a trait. What a hand. That guy's got big cojones. Don't remember commentating on Jules's play before at a feature table, but he's really impressed me so far. Jules raising the 40k with the King Queen of Hearts. Mihail defending with ace-9 in the big blind. Jules taking down another small pop, but they all count. Sevens for Zool. Playing 40 bigs in the hijack. $42K. Rakesh looks like he's reaching. Could make it like 120 here. I think he's going for a little bit larger. 142. One more elimination has taken place on an outer table, so that means 20 players remaining now. Zul folding. Had there been more significant action and hands between the two, we could just decide to 4-bet rip it in Mikhail Marrakesh's face there. But bit too much chips. And he just got moved to the table. Decides to just let it go. Jules calling in the big blind, defending with the Jack 9 off suit. Win with the Ace 10. 6-8-4 all clubs. Jules the only man with a club. Flop goes check, check instantly. Turn is the King of Diamonds. Turn going check, check. Now the river. I think we want to be betting it for Jules. Try get an ace high type of hand to fold. The exact kind of one that Win has in his holding. Quickly calls the 35k. Win will show the winner. Marrakesh raises 45k. 6-5 of hearts. Turn, quickly going, check, check on the jack 9, 10, 9. Ace hits the river. Rakesh, knowing that he won't get to showdown and win with 6 high, turning his hand into a bluff, betting 75k. This is a bet that's designed to make a tenfold. Maybe occasionally a jack, although I don't think he thinks Ando will fold a jack. What is going on here? Ando turning his hand into a bluff. And this is next level stuff, ladies and gentlemen. He is trying to get his opponent to fold an ace. Deciding that if his opponent had an ace, he wants to get him to fold that. So he turns his pair of jacks into a bluff. He's got a straight blocker. He can credibly rep a 9. I think that is sexy, sexy stuff there on the river from Ando. I wasn't expecting to see that. Rakesh conceding, of course, with just 6 high. Scallywag has got caught. Mihail with King Jack. 52k to go. Zool calling 32k in the big blind with King Jack of diamonds. Flop going check, check. Turn is the 6 of hearts. Turn going check, check. River the 4 of diamonds. This one getting checked all the way down, going to Splitsville. Jules letting King 7 of spades go in the cutoff. Ando on the button with King 8 off suit. 40 bigs, chips in hand. Opening to 45k. Rakesh. And off suit. Probably going to 3-bet this one. No. Wants to see a flop. Yep, 5-3 is the flop. This flop favoring the perceived big blind defending range. Ando blocks some straight draws with the 8 of clubs. $35k is the bet, 35k is the call. Turn is the deuce of clubs. Rakesh looking back to see if he's got a club in his hand. He does indeed. Ando firing a second time here. 140k. And Rakesh picking up a straight draw and the 10 of clubs in his hand comes along for the ride. The river coming to 5 of spades, pairing the board. Ando firing 2 streets. Does he have a third barrel in him? It's not a great run out. Just giving up yet. 2 was enough. And lets it go in a nice pot for Mikael Cash there. Updated the chip counts. Shortest chip stack has 20 bigs. Biggest chip stack 65, and everything in between. $20 players remaining. 7 players at this table. $19 players remaining now. That means we are 10 eliminations away from the final table. Jules been raising in the hijack with the King Jack off suit. Ando coming in hot with a 3-bet from the cutoff with the ace-8 off suit. Marrakesh making it 45k to go with pocket tens. Win on a call in the big blind for 25k more with the ace-6 offsuit. I'm not the biggest fan of defending with it, the ace-6, but it is button against big blind. Prefer to use this as a 3-bet. I think it's fine button against big, but it's just not a combination that plays that well. Those ace-6, ace-7, ace-8 offsuits. But Marrakesh betting 40k, getting the job done. Apocalypse says, Dan, it's done, but I'll allow it. And next WWE PPV pay-per-view next Saturday, 5 p.m. in the UK time, and it's in Saudi Arabia. Cody Rhodes fighting Brock Lesnar. I'm surprised to see Brock Lesnar is still going. I thought he had a shot liver there about 10 years ago. I used to follow him in the UFC for sure. Seth Rollins versus AJ Styles for the new world title. I might have to tune in for one of these events, honestly. I feel like it's very popular, and you know I love action. Well, maybe I can watch some WWE action and just commentate to myself. To get me better, get me hyped up for the Sunday then to commentate on more poker, but I might take off. I might be like that JR fella. Or Joe Rogan. You'll have to slow me down then when I'm commentating on flops, turns, and rivers. Mihail raises to 52k from the cutoff. Jules with pocket eights in the big. And the set betting on the turn here on the 8-5, Queen 5. Mihail with a lot of outs in his head, but it is a paired board. Who's already with the check mark? River coming to 9 of clubs. Now, how much does Jules think he can get paid by a hand like the one that Mihail has? That's a large bet. That looks like pot. Apocalypse says WWE is coming back well, ratings up, attendance up, and product is a whole lot better. Get out the steel chairs, lads. The tables, ladders. Hell in a Cell is back. Bring back Mick Foley. Rakesh opening with the Queen Jack. Or defending in the big blind with Queen Jack. Mihail with the Ace 10. 5, 6, 7, 3. Very, very flushy, straighty board. Rakesh with the range advantage on that board will take that one down. Carry on UK in the hijack with pocket nines. That looks like a straight up jam from 7 big blinds from Carry On UK in the hijack. Would prefer to see the nines raise call. Not wanting to risk a flip. Just wants to take down the blinds and antes. Zool in the hijack with ace deuce of clubs. 45k to go. Zool takes down the blinds and antes. Win on the button, queen, jack of clubs. Jules in the big blind with ace queen of hearts. Gonna piece out a 3-bet to the tune of 140k. Now win 95k more to call. He's one of the prettiest hands in the deck. Expect him to see a flop here. He could go over the top. He is in position though. 95k more to call, 215 in the pot. Queen Jack suited, a hand that's going to play very well post flop, especially when we're in position. And here we go. Does call. 310k in the middle. And that is a disastrous flop for win. Great flop for Jules. Stack to pot ratio just over 1-to-1. I just bet something small like 75k here. And he does do that. Win with the jam. Jules with the call. And win. Going to be very, very lucky if he's to stay in this tournament. Going to need a jack. Just 15%. Over $1 million in this pot, so 50 bigs. Plus, turn is the 8 of diamonds. He can make a straight now with a 10. River is the 6 of spades, and Jules now going to be a massive force to be reckoned with in this tournament. Playing over 100 bigs, over the 2 million mark. Win out the door, out the gap. And that means 17 players remaining. And that means we are one elimination away from another redraw. So 5-handed for a moment here, while 17 players remain. Tall Mountain says, we've seen Rakesh before, haven't we, on other streams? Rakesh could be the King's Resort GOAT. He's won something like 2 million in Kings. One of my favorite players to commentate on, for sure. This will be the last hand before the break, because you can see the top right-hand corner of your screen, 16 players remaining now. Rakesh making it 45k to go with the Jeffries. And that's going to do it, folks. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back for more live action from the King's Resort in Rosvedov for the German Championship of Poker. I'll see you all in a few moments. Renato raising to 12k. Luca in the hijack with ace king. We've got action here. This is going to be a big flip, one would imagine.
Count. Okay. What? 47.
is for almost his entire stack, but with a hand as strong as Jack's here, not going to get much better opportunities. Calls it off. All in the fella. Call the other fella. 301,000 in the middle here.
Good luck.
Must be a jack burned somewhere. Luca 57%. The Jeffries 43. Queen 8 deuce. Hits the flop, 2 hearts. Great start for Renato. Turn is the 7 of hearts. Great turn for Renato. Luca needing an ace or a king on the river. It does not come. Luca has been eliminated.
It's different in this situation.
Good game. Bro, you have to. Thank you. Thank you. Hello.
But I always liked both. What I used to do when I started my career is I played cash as my job. That's to pay the bills. And then at night, I would go play these like nightly tournaments at dessert.
Right.
So I was playing 10, 20 limit hold'em, making about $45 an hour.
Yeah.
You know, and then I would go play these $20 tournaments with 3-buys at night because I enjoyed them.
Yeah.
Right? But it wasn't like something that I looked at as like, oh, that's a stable living, right? Like without the cash game come, tournaments are nuts.
Yeah.
So it's much more difficult.
That makes a lot of sense.
So like I would stick with, I mean, I don't know how your brain works in terms of like learning 2 things at the same time or how much it would sacrifice, but like if cash games is where you make the majority of your money, I would, you know, still do that and then like, you know, sleep into tournaments.
That's what I've seen a lot of the guys do, and it's crazy because like I'll cover you guys, you know, like anything higher than like a 10k, and I'll feel extremely comfortable in my knowledge and understanding of what you guys are trying to achieve. That's obviously a blanket statement, but you know, from a surface level. Yeah. And I do love tournaments, I do, but for me, I've just always treated poker like a lifestyle business.
Well, if you play cash, like most cash players that are good, that play deep, like playing tournaments is easier, except when it gets short.
Yeah.
So like you'll have an advantage deep
at the start,
right?
Yeah.
You know, when it's more like a cash game.
Yeah.
And then you'll just have to learn the nuances of like, you know, playing really nitty in spots and, you know, ICM, boring stuff like that.
That makes sense.
Boring, but obviously really important if you're playing for money.
Yeah.
Seriousness of this event. The average stack creeping ever closer to 1 million.
Это там 400, ты 100 тысяч. 4, 5?
Million. Million total.
How much?
Million together.
Million.
Okay. Exactly.
Close 50.
36 players remaining now. Thomas raises to 50k. Mexi calling in the hijack with the Jack 9 of clubs. Giuseppe not wanting to see a flop with the king 7 off suit. We go heads up to the flop. Mexi in position on ace 10 4 2 hearts. Thomas flopping a set. That's 50k and a quick call from Mexi. Turn giving him a world of outs. The 8 of clubs. And oh boy, we've got action. From Thomas, I don't want to be going too small here with 2 flush draws on board. I want to bet something like 150. He bets 125. Mexi with the open ender and the flush draw. You can see above his head his 8 outs. Looks like he's going for a raise here. A raise to 350. Sweet music to Thomas's ears.
All in. Call.
Thomas moves all in. Mexi quickly calling. This pot spiraling out of control, out of nowhere. 2.2 million in this pot, ladies and gentlemen. That is 110 big blinds as we are going to see the river. Mexi is going to have over 3 million if he hits. Thomas is going to have 2.2 if he can hold. What a moment for both players here. The river is a brick. The 3 of diamonds. Sit back down, Thomas. Mexi going to lose a massive chunk of his stack. Thomas now going to be playing 110 big blinds. What a difference a hand can make.
975.
Well, you know what, Apocalypse? You can't say that wasn't an action turn. We want action on this channel, and we've had non-stop action for this first hour of play. We are only live 60 minutes, and look at all the hands we've got to witness.
It's going to be a fun one, ladies and gentlemen.
Martin Cabral, maybe? I don't know. It looks like Martin Cabral.
Just me and Canada?
Me and Canada. And D-Negs, you are in rough shape, mate. Not anymore. Daniel Negreanu flopping trips. Daniel Dvoris with the nut flush draw. 560 in the middle already. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. Hand number 3 of this 50k. Note the stack to pot ratio around 4.
160. 1.160.
Dvoris going to continue for small. In the form of quarter pot. Man, D-Nex just gonna click it. Clicks it to 360. And speaking to D-Negs, I went to pick him up from the airport. He's telling me about some of this new funky stuff he'd been working on, and I gotta admit, I'm a big fan of this. I mean, you could get Dvoris to just pile here. Although Dvoris blocking some of the King Jacks, Jack 10s of the world. That may try and get a sneaky one through. Yeah, Daniel was telling me how he's been coming with, you know, some limps, some like 4.5x, just taking some really unorthodox lines, some quirky stuff. And look at this. Daniel Negreanu has leveled Dvoris into 3-betting on the flop to 800k.
Oopsie doopsie. Oopsie doopsie. I might be fucked here, but I'm not.
5 seconds.
All in.
Who is all in?
Yeah, fuck it. I mean, if you got it, you got it. Just what are you gonna do, right? At this point, you got to play to win. All of it.
How much is it? Can you get a count?
Let's see. Okay, we got
Announces
1 million.
all
That's the
in.
bids that he asked, right? Because then he probably doesn't have a queen. 1.1.
Daniel fading the snap call.
1.6.
Absolutely loving this.
No, you can't. You have to pause the clock.
Yeah, he gets
while
it
you're
at
counting.
20. So that's 1.6, 1.9. This is more than I thought. Okay, 2 million.
He could effectively increase his stack by over 50% without seeing Eternal River.
煙10葵先佢。
Dvoris just gonna run the numbers in his head. Chat, I do apologize. I'm so confused as to didn't hear call announced or anything. Cards are on their backs. The dealer didn't say call.
I'm trying to calm myself because I have PTSD being all in.
This is a chip lead pot.
Stress disorder. Okay.
Ace on the turn. Changes nothing, although Dvoris does pick up an additional 2 outs. Ace or a spade needed for Daniel Dvoris. And there it is, 6 of spades, corner pocket.
Nobody would believe me, I promise you. Nobody would believe me of how, like, I could feel that one.
6 of spades, corner pocket, and we're gonna lose Daniel Negreanu.
Oh, you know, you fold, yeah. You got me covered, right?
Daniel Negreanu gonna bow out.
No. If anyone knew, I swear. Like, I guess you guys see it. I'm always on TV when it keeps happening. Oh, boy.
Yeah, you almost have it. That's every fucking 3 days.
Wow.
Oh, fuck.
As I said, we have PTSD with you, Daniel.
I could never go all in. I don't think I'd ever be busted.
That is how it works.
What's up? Good morning. Are you ready for today? Yeah. See you at King's.
All right, folks, we are back. Zul calling, defending, reigning defending Zul in the small blind with ace queen, ace 8-5 is the flop. Carry on UK with the king queen off suit in the hijack and position. I would personally like to have seen Zul try leverage Carry on UK's entire stack, considering he is sub 20 big blinds to start the hand. We can see Carry on UK going to make a small C bet, but it's not going to work. Zul with a very strong hand here. Top pair queen kicker. Could just call again or elect to raise. Both options are totally fine. Looks like he is going for a raise, and it's quite a large raise to 115k. Carry on, not going to be able to continue. So we've had the crucial redraw. 16 players remain, 2 tables of 8. If you're just tuning in, you're watching the German Championship of Poker live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. We will play down to a final table tonight. Small blind 10k, big blind 20k with a 20k running big blind ante. That's 10k, 20k, 20k. Rakesh in the hijack playing 60 bigs. We didn't lose Rakesh. He is still our favorite star at the feature table. And Nabil Amargul, ace 10 off suit. We've seen him on the feature table before. There's a lot of good players left, as you would expect for an €1,100 buy-in. All players guaranteed a minimum of 5 grand at the moment. All going to be chasing that first prize tomorrow of €82,800, and first, second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth will all receive a €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. Vitaly, geez, the outer table must have been very kind to Vitaly. He's playing a stack of 2 million almost. 963 is the flop. 3-way action. Rakesh with a pair of 6s. Nabil just with ace high. Vitaly just with ace high. Bet of 40k. Rakesh wondering how much Nabil has behind. It's about a quarter through $500,000, 475. The white chips are now in play. They've done a chip race on the break, and they're 100k each. Green are 25k, orange 5k, 5, 25, 100. Rakesh could just call here. He's got backdoor hearts working for him. He might put in a small raise just to take it down. That's not a small raise. That's a lot of spondules. Looked like that was 400k total. Essentially committing himself, not wanting to see any turns or rivers. I think Rakesh's thought process there is that if Nabil had an overpair to the board, we would have found out about that pre-flop. He doesn't want to get barreled off his hand. Therefore, check jamming. His best option really would have just called and seen a turn because he had backdoor hearts, but decides he's going to go for the aggressive route. Jam. Essentially jamming, putting in 400k. There is another great player, Luka Bohovic. What a two tables we have left here, folks. Small blind now 10k, big blind now 25k, with a 25k running big blind ante. Rakesh min raising. Ace queen. Pavel, who we've seen on the feature table recently as well. Can't remember his exact hen and mob. There's another familiar face, Virus. We're used to seeing Virus at the King's Resort. He always seems to be deep. He imploded, I think, one of the recent events. Hard to remember all the faces. I remember the faces, but hard to remember exactly what they done at the table also. Yes, Apocalypse. Very hard not to make a joke about Virus. And I'm on the mic. So if you're struggling to not write something into the chat box, imagine what it's like for me. I can't remember his real name, but we all know him for sure. For now, we'll just leave him off as Virus. Virus completing in the small blind with the 9-5 offsuit, and Luka in the big. Luka just going to be jamming this one. It looks like Luka is going to try trap here with pocket tens. Very interesting check back by Luka. Not something you'd see often off this stack depth blind v blind. Turn is the Jack of Hearts. Luka won't like that card. Completing the flush and A 7 or a queen would give a straight. Virus quickly checking. Luca checking back. River is a queen, putting a straight on the board. Option on Virus. Is he going to try rep a king? Moves all in. I don't think Luca can fold here. Virus would most... Whoa, just decides to fold. I thought it would be unlikely the Virus would have a king in his hand, considering there are 10 big blinds deep. So therefore, he would just be shoving any king X hand into small blind. But we never really want to be calling off our tournament just to chop a pot. I would have liked if Luca had a thought about it for a few more moments before just folding. Perhaps he'd made up his mind. Pocket fives forced to fold. Two players underneath 10 bigs. Carrie and Luca. Rest of the players. The rest of the players all very comfortable and safe. Average stack. It's close to 45 big blinds still. Great structures in place here at the King's Resort. 1 hour blinds, lots of action. $15 remain, so pay jump has been reached. All players guaranteed a minimum €5,695 now, and that means we are 6 eliminations away from the final table. Carry with 8 bigs on the button, king 8 off suit. I think he's just meant to be shoving this one. Carry shoving on the button for 210k. Mikel wants to gamble here with the ace 4. So, Rakesh with the opportunity to knock out another player. 6-6-7 is the flop. Carry needing help. Needs a king or an 8. Needs one quick. Gets the king of diamonds on the turn. Now, Rakesh needing a Barry. It does not come as the 10 of diamonds. Carry doubles up to 18 big blinds. Carry 18 bigs in the cutoff. So carry with the min raise. Zool in the big with Jack Deuce of diamonds. Does defend. 7-4-3 is the flop. Carry betting 30k and Zool going to be forced to fold here, one would think, with just Jack Deuce. Although this board favouring the perceived big blind defending range over the cutoff opening range. Carrying the hijack, min raising. So the King Jack taking that one down. Carry on. Not going to open the fives. I think that's a good choice. Into these stacks. Rakesh opening in the hijack with a 6 offsuit. Nabil all in the cutoff with King Jack. The A6 not going to be continuing. Virus with 2 red ladies in the big blind facing the 60k open of the Jack 9 of hearts and the hijack. Just moves all in. Nabil, 60k to go. Ace King of Hearts. Luca 4 and 4 in the big, of course. Zool with the Jeffries. Set for Zool, top pair for Carrie. And Carrie could easily lose a lot of chips here. Zool gonna bet quite a large size, actually, 110k. Carrie not going to be going anywhere on this flop. $420k behind. 375k in the pot before diamonds hits the turn. Zool does not want to bet too big here. I'd be betting 100 again. He just moves all in. This is going to look more draw heavy and might get a call from Carrie. Big spot here for Carrie. Does have top pair. Doesn't want to get ran over by a diamond draw or a hand like Queen 10. King 10. That kind of range. She could also just have like 7s or 8s. He's turning it. No, I guess we block 7s. Yeah, there are a lot of hands that Carrie is beating here. The problem is there are 15 players remaining in the German Championship of Poker. And if you call and you were wrong, you are going to be eliminated. They're playing very similar stacks. I don't know what we will see Carrie do here, but maybe we want a stronger hand to be calling off. It's just, if we get into a habit of folding top pair here, we can get ran over by our opponent. Does let it go, and it's a good fold. Easy to just put your opponent off there and call it off. Luca, 10-9 of spades on the button, 8 bigs, all in. Rakesh, Luca adds 60k to his stack. Very essential when we're playing sub 10 bigs. Increasing nearly 20% there just by taking down the blinds and antes. Oh, we've got action. Nabil with 2 10s in the big carry on the button. This is a setup. Well, I say it's a setup. It's a coin flip, but it is button against big. Nabil shoving. Carry calling. Big flip here for both players. Nabil with pocket 10s, carry with ace king, 855k in the middle up for grabs. Queen 9-7 is the flop. Great start for Nabil. He's a 4-1 favorite now as we hit the turn. Turn is the 6 of hearts. River is the deuce of clubs. Carry has been eliminated and Nabil playing over 1 million chips now. 14 players remaining, getting us one step closer to the final table. Pavel getting the job done from under the gun. He's also playing. There's a lot of chips at this table. Playing over 2 million. Pavel, he's been quiet, picking his spots well. King Jack for Nabil. Virus, ace 10 of spades, under the gun, min raising. Ace 8-4 is the flop. Virus with top pair. Vitali coming up short with just jack high. Luca under the gun with ace 10 of diamonds, 10 bigs, and the decision. Just going to be shoving this one, surely. There is a page unblooming from €5,695 to €6,320. Pavel asking for a count on the button. Decides to let a hand as strong as King Queen suited go. Virus tanking in the big blind with Queen 9 of Hearts. I don't think he will be calling this one. He does decide to call it off. Going for a gamble. Virus has never ever been the one to be shy. And the shy baby don't get no sweets. He's got Queen 9 of Hearts, 31% against Lucas. Ace 10 of Diamonds with 69%, 575 in this pot up for grabs. Ace in the window. Turn gives a heart draw. Never easy. 24% for Virus to eliminate Luca as we hit the river. River is the king of clubs. Luca will double up. Dangerous man to be doubling up at any stage of a tournament. Cheap and Chair says he can't understand that call. Yeah, it's a very gambly call. It's because he has 2 million chips, and it's the opportunity to knock out a very tough opponent for. It's not a cheap price, but it's just he can afford it. And Virus loves to gamble. He always has. I've seen him do weird things many times. Plus, if you're going to gamble with a hand, Queen 9 suited, not the worst one to pick to do it with. But yes, with ICM considerations and the magnitude of this event and how close we are to the final table, it is a bit wild and a bit out there. Now, Pavel opening in the hijack. Luca in the small blind with 26 bigs and pocket nines. Could just shove this one. Or just calling, not the end of the world either. I think this hand plays better though as a 3-bet call or a 3-bet jam. King Jack Deuce is the flop, 2 clubs. Flop blowing check, check. Turn giving Pavel the nuts. Pavel bets, gets Luca to fold. Virus, 55k to go in the cutoff. With Ace King. Nabil calling into big blind for 30k more. King 5-3 is the flop. Was check, check, and the turn is the 4 diamonds, giving an open ender to Nabil. Virus with a great check back with top pair and the Barry in his hand for the nut flush draw. River is the 3 of diamonds. And check from Nabil. Looks like he's wanting to get to showdown with a pair of 5s. The Virus wants to bet something around 150. Goes for 175. Now Nabil blocks straights. The way it played out. Gonna call him off. Virus in the hijack, King 4 spades, min raising. Rakesh in the cutoff, rate 50k. Ten, 7 deuce is the flop. Rakesh picking that one up with top pair, top kicker. Nabil in the cutoff with ace 5. Takes down the blinds and antes. I think Zool is coming in for an open here from the cutoff with 10-7 off suit. This is a bit Hot and spicy. Pavel on the button. Sitting pretty with 82 big blinds and the decision with pocket fives. Nine, 6, 4 is the flop. Straight draw for Zool. 2 overcards to the pocket fives of Pavel. Zool betting 80k. Pavel calling. Turn is a 7. Pavel can make it straight now. 2 flush draws on board. Zool checking with his pair of 7s. Check, check. River is the 3 of clubs. Now, if I'm Zool, I either check and let my opponent bluff a missed flush draw, or I make a blocker-ish type sizing / value bet. Even 80k would do it. With Zool checks. Pavel most likely just wants to get the showdown. Oh Jesus, see, I didn't see the 3 gave him a straight. My apologies. Now Zool could be easily going into check call mode. If I'm Pavel, I'm going to bet something like 200k, 250. $250 is the bet, and I like this sizing because if he goes much smaller, he's not really repping a missed draw. Now he's polar. He's either got nuts or air. Unlikely that he has a hand like pocket fives that would give a straight. So, Zool, and I block the high end of the straight here also. I'm just going to call. It is a large portion of our stack. Zool has to pay him off. We'll get terrible news. That's a massive pop for Pavel. Now Pavel playing 100 big blinds, 2.5 million. Zool will be playing 14 big blinds now going forward. Massive pop for him to lose. We've had 1 elimination at the outer table, so 13 players remain. All guaranteed €6,320 now. Nabil raising to 60k with the king queen offsuit. Luca in the big blind and the decision to defend with 3-2 suited. Probably just wants to be giving this up for 35k more. Good pass. Small blind now 15k, big blind now 30k with a 30k running big blind ante. Virus 55k to go on the button with king 10 of clubs. Rakesh with the Jeffries in the big blind and the decision. Virus most likely will see him go to the flop in position with a hand like king 10 suited. 145k more for him to call. Does let it go. I expected to see him call, but I actually prefer to fold. Rakesh getting the respect and credit on that occasion. Vitali in the hijack with king jack offsuit, 75k to go. Virus in the cutoff with a call with 2 9s. Vitali takes it down with a c-bet, getting the better hand to fold. I thought we would see Virus at least call one and see a turn, just one overcard to his pocket nines. Decided against it. Virus min raising, Rakesh in the cutoff with the decision. Virus with ace 5 offsuit, Rakesh with king queen offsuit. Both viable options to 3-bet. I think calling this close to the final table probably the better of the two. Zul shoving from the small blind. And this is 10 big blinds more for Rakesh. I really don't know what Rakesh is going to do here. Zul looking very strong, shoving 12 bigs with a limited amount of fold equity really over an open from Virus and a call in the cutoff from Rakesh. Perhaps he is just priced in for exactly 10 big blinds more. Does flick it in and call it off. Ace 3-3 is the flop. Zul in trouble here. Could easily be eliminated in 13th place if he doesn't get lucky on this turn or river. Does get lucky on the turn. Turn is the 9 of hearts. Rakesh gonna have to pay the man unless he hits a king or a queen on this river. River is a Barry. Zul sits back down, doubles up, and some. Rakesh playing 25 big blinds now. So 12 players remaining now. We've had an elimination on the outer table. 3 eliminations away from the final table of the German Championship of Poker. Zool 3-betting with ace king on the button. Virus going to have to let his 7-5 of clubs go. Nabil, ace queen off suit and a hijack, 75k to go. Takes it down. Zool in the hijack here, calling the 60k bet. Nabil, the original opener with pocket threes. Vitali calling on the button. Rakesh faced with 5 deuce off suit. Lets it go in the big. 3-way action to the flop. 255 in the middle. King Queen 7 is the flop. Straight draws for Zool and Vitali. Flop gets checked through, and now Zool with a lot of outs. Will flush draw. Make it straight with a jack. He's going to bet. Vitali in the cutoff, ace 6 of hearts, raising to 75k. And Luca, 16 bigs and the decision with ace jack. Most likely see him just rejamming this one. Luca rejamming successfully. Playing 20 big blinds now is Luka Bohovic. His facial twitch is back in the room. Hello. Hello, donkey. It is the Dawn. Action Dawn ranking. Pavel under the gun. 60k with the ace-10. NL Yuri 69 says, good evening, enjoying the stream from Holland. Good to hear it. Good evening. Welcome. I don't know exactly who is left on the outer table. We only have information about the feature table, but it seems to be very star-studded. XO Igata says, good evening from Belgium. Welcome. Winning on Life says, welcome. See you Friday on the stream. NL Yuri 69 asks, are there any Dutchies left? That's what I was saying. I actually don't know. Kings for Luca. The Kings are Kings. The Cowboys. Vitali with the decision to defend with Queen 10. Yeah, that's right, Action Army on Twitch. Everything's my fault. Blame it on the Don. 653 is the flop. Luca with the overpair. This board favouring the perceived big blind defending range. But he's just got Queen 10. Checks his option. Luca might opt to check this back. And he does do just that. Turn is the 10 of spades. Oh, SpaghettiOs. Vitali now with top pair. Now, having checked back the flop, I'll be going for a large enough sizing on the turn. 100k, 120k sounds good to me. He does have the king of spades in his hand, so he might go a little bit smaller. You bet like 85, something like that. Goes for 75k. Close enough. Vitali won't be going anywhere surely on this turn card. Just deciding on whether to call or shove. Oh God, oh dear. He's gone all in. Luca snaps him off. And Vitali set to lose a huge chunk of his stack. Vitali just needing to avoid a queen or a 10. Or Vitali needing a queen or a 10. Luca needing to avoid those cards. 92%. River comes to 7 of clubs. Big double up for Luca. Now playing 1.3 million. He's been very patient. Facial Twitch says, Don, once in a lifetime, just take your faults. That's really good English, buddy, yeah. I will take my faults. Yeah. Where was the queen of spades? No queen of spades, come on. Yeah, KML says all because the virus called Luke is under the one club with queen 9 of hearts, yeah. He's had quite the run so far, Luca, and he's a great player. Definitely one to watch. That's okay, Facial Twitch. I know what you meant to say. Says me, and I can't speak any other language, and because I'm Irish, I have pidgin English. So basically can't speak any language. It's a pee-pee, I'm sorry, pee-pee. Zool making it 65k to go in the cutoff at 7-6 of diamonds. Pavel with the call, the king 10 of hearts. Eight, 4, 4 is the flop. Zool with the inside straight draw. Backdoor diamond draw. Pavel not going to be continuing. No heart in his hand, just king high. Lets it go. Facial Twitch asking, did I sack one of the other moderators, Johan the man? No, I certainly did not, no. Although it's great to see the Action Army out in force here tonight. I love it. Let's get the crack going. And no, I do not speak Irish. Chunus atá tú. Tá mé go maith. Luca shoving the lot at Marrakesh. Marrakesh losing 2 all-ins. Has gone from well over $1 million down to 585. Pavel in the hijack with ace queen off suit, min raising. As Facial Twitch is informing the class that 45 big blind is the average stack. Yeah, it's fantastic structure for this main event. €1,100 buy-in. Kings knocking it out of the park. Numbers down a bit, of course, but as I said earlier, scoops are on, people preparing for Vegas, etc., etc. Luca just calling on the button with jacks. Kind of like this flat on the button with jacks with 12 remaining. Playing 40 bigs, no need to 3-bet, call it off. And we're in position, we're on the button. Jeffrey's going to play well, especially when we've an overpair to the board on 10-8-4. Pavel betting 125k. Luca could opt to raise the small c-bet of Pavel, but since he called pre, he might just want to just call again. Does do just that. Nabil out of the way with the ace deuce of clubs. And we will see a turn with nearly $500,000 in the middle. Turn is the 5 of clubs, and now Pavel most likely going to wave the white flag. Turn going check, check. I would have liked to see the jacks maybe protect their hand a little bit. Also, could get small amount of value from a weaker hand, a weaker pair. Now Luca with the check mark and will feel very comfortable on the river. Luca looking for value, then he wants to bet small enough. Doesn't need to bet too much. Could bet something like 175 here, all the way up to 250, 275. Anything over 300 would be pushing it. So I like something like 175 to 225. Goes for 235. Pavel with the red kings. Been raising. Zool calling an additional 30k with the queen deuce of diamonds. And the flop is Jack 9-5. Pavel still with an overpair. Not much going on for Zool. Bet 100k. Yes, yous are spoilt this week. We have an extra day of content, an amazing final table to take place tomorrow as we will crown yet another champion live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Nearly 100 grand for the winner, including a 10 grand ticket. Lads, yous are always on about giveaways for a hoodie. I still have yet to get my hoodie, or any memorabilia or merchandise for that matter. I'm going to have to write a strongly worded email soon. It's an outrage. I want one of those Lion King t-shirts. It would be fun to do a giveaway. I thought I could give away a Hoover maybe. A Henry de Hoover. Or a pen and a piece of paper. You could give away a few funny things, to be fair. one single poker chip. The best thing I ever got in the post, well, I've got a few things in the post over the years, but probably a gold medal for winning a scoop. What's the best thing you ever got in the post? Let me know in the chat. Pavel completing in the small blind. Real answers only now. We can all say a blow-up sex doll. Vitaly checks his option. Ace King 6 is the flop. Bet a 35k and a call. Turn is the 9 of diamonds. Check from Pavel. Check back from Vitaly. River is the ace of spades. River going check, check. Okay, Apocalypse says the best thing he ever got in the post was tickets to watch Froth versus Groves at Wembley. It sounds like a good night out. Don and Donkey. Yeah, that could be a great name for a podcast. One can only hope. Pavel on the button. King 9 offsuit. Min raising. Vitaly could really put the pressure on with a 3-bet here. Decides to let it go. King A5 is the flop. Top pair for Pavel, bottom pair for Luca. Bet Nicole, turn is the jack of spades. Pavel deciding on whether to fire a second barrel or check back. Decides to check back. River the 10 of hearts. Luka checking. Now Pavel really wants to go for some tin value here. Wouldn't be that tin with top pair, but to try get paid by an 8 or a 5. Wants to bet around 75k. Goes for 125. Luka quickly folding. His facial twitch says I can vote for him to become the new com. Sure, buddy. Anytime. Don is getting old. I'm 33 and a third. Maybe just a third. Who knows? I'm not 42 yet. We run a tight ship around here. We've got great moderators to help me do my job that I am eternally grateful for. You know, some help me get through my day. Everyone has their role. KML says 33. Damn, that's like 65 in Ireland. Yeah, it's a good point. I'll be the freshest OAP in the city. Nabil, 65k to go with ace-3 of clubs. Pavel with the call. So Pavel with the 3-bet and Nabil calling. Very small 3-bet and flopping trips. Wouldn't have expected to see Nabil defend pre, but he did. Bet of 120k here from Nabil on the turn, and Pavel with the nut flush draw. This could spell trouble for Pavel because it is a card that he can rep. Just moves it all in. I don't think Nabil's going to be folding. Does call. This pot massive. 1.345 million. River is the 5 of spades. Massive double up for Nabil. Pavel taking a hit. Pavel raises to 60k with the 8-6 of hearts. You will see players tanking as we get closer and closer to the final table. And there is a pay jump between 12th and 11th. So that is why you will see people stalling with sub-premium holdings, shall we say. The 3 deuce falling into that bracket and category on this occasion. 12th place guaranteed €6,320 and 11th place guaranteed €7,230. So a difference of nearly €1,000. Luke with the min in the cutoff with Jack 10. Zool not defending Jack 6. Now Beal with King 6 offsuit on the button with 42 bigs. Let's it go. Zool. Ace Jack in the small. Min raising and Pavel with Queen 10 of spades in the big blind. Calling. Seven 3 deuce. Zool with the decision in the small. Zool betting 60k. Now Pavel with backdoor spades might continue here. Does continue for 60k. Gets lucky with a lady on the turn. Turn quickly going, check, check, and the river to 6 of diamonds. Zool be hoping just to get the showdown with his ace high. Either that or he's trying to get his opponent to fold a small pair. Pavel will win this pot. All of that happening very fast. Bet of 140k getting insta called by Pavel. Obviously going nowhere with his top pair. Rakesh in the hijack with 16 bigs. Ace deuce off suit. Probably just wants to be letting this one go. And you've heard the man. There will be a 15-minute break after this hand. Pavel in the small with 10-7 off suit and the decision. And Vitali going to bump things up with the ace jack. That's going to bring us to a commercial break. Stay tuned for lots more action as we draw closer and closer to the final table of the German Championship of Poker. I will see you all in a few moments.
Good boy saying, yeah, I've been using the no fold quite often. It's pretty cool. It is pretty cool. I'm not going to lie. He's just like, yeah, no, I'm out of here. GG's. German just like, we've spotted the tanker, chat. We've spotted the tanker. Red Misty saying, Poker Room Kings, good afternoon, sir, and thank you for the great coverage. Red Misty, welcome to the stream. I understand like tanking and whatnot in marginal decisions, but the tanking with oh boy, the tanking with, you know, the Queen 7 from +1 earlier, now the 10-4, it feels a bit. Poker City now saying hi Henry, great job as per usual, keep it up. Greetings, Peter from Poker City. Provide Dutch commentary for Kings every now and then. Shout out Poker City, and now shout out to all the Dutch community members. A lot of love for the Dutchies. They've been a big support over the years as we dive back into this, ladies and gentlemen. The club finds its way to the river. Could be losing a true legend of the game very quickly here on day 3. See what Open brings on the turn. 72k in the middle. I'm going to slow down. Comes with B50. Two-tone broad texture. Feels like a dicey turn proposition against the big blind range. Although Orpin is going to have, you know, every combo of King 10 suited and King 10 offsuit, and then I guess every combo of 10-8 suited from the cutoff, as well as set advantages on this board. But Victor gonna attack this smaller sizing. Did feel like an attackable size B50 on this turn card. Takes it north to 147.
Thank you.
Been getting laid 2.5 to 1 on a call. Obviously doesn't know that he has the best hand. Nine clubs in the deck. I suppose the 3 10s, 12 outs once, getting around 25%. So not really getting the direct odds on a call from a mathematical point of view. That's if he assumes that, you know, his ace and king are no good. Victor Blom just picking up on this weak turn barrel. I say that with the utmost respect and love for Orpin, you know, fresh off a bracelet. Just felt like a turn sizing that's asking to be attacked. I don't know, chat. Feel free to weigh in, by the way. Feels like a turn card where we don't want to be half-potting a lot. But again, zero authority from me in the booth here. Just felt like a natural big size or a check. Orpin does make the call. 3-6-6 in the middle. Brick rolls off, and Victor Blom with the slap jam on the river with 8 high. Says Isildur, ladies and gentlemen. The fact that Orpin has taken this long with this decision here, with just ace high, actually thinking this one through. I mean, this isn't posturing, chat. This is one of the best players in the world, #1 on Turkey's all-time money list. Competes festival in, festival out with some of the best players in the world. Typically see him traveling the circuit with Daniel Dvorak, Sam Grafton, Timothy Adams. Orpin is legitimately considering this spot here. He's thinking of making this call. He's reverse engineering the way that this hand has played out. You've got to think about the range of hands that check raise turn and jam river for value. Blocking King 10, that's obviously one of the the immediate good things about this as a bluff catcher. Unblocking diamonds also feels nice. Is Blom ever turning a hand like King 8, King of Diamonds into a bluff? Tip of my hat.
And 5 of diamonds or something.
Yeah, see, Orpin's dialed in, bro. 10-5 of diamonds. This isn't TV table time. He doesn't need it. This is Orpin just doing what Orpin does, man. Note the shift in body language from Victor as well. An immediate smirk on his face. The last thing you want to hear from your opponent when you're sat there with 8 high is 10-5 of diamonds or something like the soul read. You're just turning a hand on the turn into a bluff. I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, if he makes this call, am I allowed to go out there and just give him a hug? Am I allowed to do that? He makes the call, ladies and gentlemen, with ace high. Hand number 13.
Good luck, guys.
Number 1 on Turkey's all-time money list. What did I just witness, chat?
We really had bad hand to call as well, but
Orpin, take a bow, my friend. He wasn't posturing on the turn.
that's some risk there, but
Smelt like 10-5 of diamonds, something like that.
enough.
He makes the call. With the queens, second time in the space of 2 orbits up against Reard. Comes with the 3-bet on the button to 200k. Start off this hand around about 45 effective. How deep are we here? 43 button. I mean, it's button v hijack. It's a very aggressive, very competent Panat Punsri. Wow, he does announce all in. Chat, this is a chip lead pot here.
Wow.
And a snap call from Punsri. And again, he sees that he's got his opponent drawing 2 outs. Chat, this is the biggest tournament of the feature table after 13 hours of play.
Yeah, yes. I know. Queens again. Wow, good luck. Queen 2.
Well, well, well.
Possible.
Jack 5-3, all clubs. Reard picking up a bunch of outs and just has Punsri dead on the turn.
Hey, my friend, zweimal Queens verloren. What can you do? Wow. Queen, zweimal hoch.
Wow. Takes it on the chin like an absolute champion. Panat Punsri saying, what can you do?
Wow, nice.
Has Zidek draw into 2 outs.
Nice.
Queens against 9s.
1.1.
again for a chip lead pot.
1.1, yeah. 1.1, yeah. 1.6.
9 on the flop. Now had rear drawing to 2 outs.
1 for 50.
Queens against 10s.
This is
Gets 4 flushed. Going out punts 3, still smiling somehow. Says, what can you do? I tell you what, chat.
1,450,000.
Wow.
That man on your screens right there.
450? Yeah.
Remember the name. Going out punts 3. We're going to be seeing a lot more of that young man from Thailand.
Continue going 3,000, 4,000, 40,000. Sharp on you, please. 20, 40, 40.
Alrighty, folks, we're back. We're live. We're picking up the action on the turn. Board is ace 8-8-3. Blind v blind battle. It looks like Vitali with a pair of threes. 290 in the pot. Luca, the one betting 90k on this turn. I guess if we're Vitali, we call one more time. I didn't see the action on the flop. Maybe he just wants to let it go against someone like Luca, who's going to barrel him off his pair of threes, four kicker, considerable amount of the time. Vitali, very competent player though, so would expect to see him continue. Flicks in one of those white chips and we're off to the river. River is the 9 of diamonds. River going check, check, and Vitali will win. I think Luca needs to give up there. Played the hand totally fine. Apocalypse asked Don, that club pro who hit the straight hole in one yesterday, he finished tied 15th. His prize money was the value of 1,920 of his lessons. Whoa. How much money is that, Apocalypse? And is there a clip of the hole-in-one online somewhere? I was looking for it last night. I thought I've seen some unbelievable shots from Rory McIlroy. I'm not a golf fan. I'm more into action. I know I say that, and I'm commentating on poker, but I mean, there's a lot of action in poker, but it's not exactly a fast-paced game. 305 grand. So how much of that would he have got out of his 2,000 lessons he'd paid for? Han Solo from Denmark in the house. What's up, buddy? Yeah. And Mikel Mrakesh getting shoved on by Luca, and I believe he will have to call off here for 10 bigs. Just going to check on the outer table, I believe. It's really gone from bad to worse for Mikel Mrakesh, the fan favourite. 1k pay jump. He's going to take his time, obviously. But I believe this is going to be too strong for him, blind be blind. Small blind now, 20k. Big blind, 40k with a 40k running big blind ante. Just look at those graphics, they're beautiful. Obviously, being from Ireland, green is probably my favourite colour, but I am very partial to a midnight blue. Two and a half minutes in the tank. He's still looking over at the outer table or the clock, I'm not sure which, to see if there's been an elimination. Just call it off. Luca in prime condition to eliminate Mikel Marrakesh in 11th place, because we've had an elimination on the outer table. So Mikel will get the pay jump, but now faces elimination. He's a 3-1 dog. Woof, woof. Wow, flops 2 pair. Great start for the fan favourite. Turn is a 9. Doesn't want to see a 7 or a 9 or an 8. It's the Queen of Diamonds. Marrakesh has doubled up. Luca will have to pay the man. Apocalypse says, Rory, did it go in? Has to be my favourite line on the golf course now. That was absolutely unbelievable. I got to see it while the tank was happening. It almost looks fake. It's as fake as the moon landing. How the hell did that go in? That was the most flukiest shot I've ever seen in my life. I don't mean fluky as in, like, the fact that it didn't even bounce. I'm lost for words. Like, you blink and you'll miss it. So 11 players still remaining. Yes, Pierre. There are 11 players remaining. There's the prize pool. All players guaranteed a minimum of €7,230. We are 2 eliminations away from the final table of the German Championship of Poker. Zool raising with the King Jack of Hearts. Luca on the button with King Queen off suit. Does he just want to call? Does just call. Ten-8 deuce is the flop. 2 clubs. Luca might want to try take this away from Zul with a bet. It's going to favour his perceived button defending range off this stack depth pre. Luca betting 75k, and now Zul with the decision. Zul going to hang around for a turn card. Turn is the 4 diamonds. Luca going for a second barrel here. Figuring Zul will have some ace X type hands that will just fold to the pressure. I honestly don't know if Zul is better off just firing one on the flop, although it's a very connected board that favours our opponent's button range. Second barrel getting the job done. Lucas scooping that pot. Nabil in the small blind with king 3, 29 bigs, and the decision. Marrakesh in the cutoff with ace 5 of clubs. Zul might elect to rejam this one from the small blind. King Jack off suit, gonna be a good rejam a lot of the time. All in. Marrakesh forced to fold. Still hovering just over 20 bigs. Nabil raising to 90k from the cutoff with King 9 off suit. Vitali in the big blind with 2 10s. Vitali 3-betting from the big blind to 300k. Action back on the cutoff. Have to say goodbye. Marrakesh with Queen Jack of diamonds. Luka Vahovic with pocket 8s in the big blind. Just going to be re-jamming, I would think, sub 20 bigs for Marrakesh. 8's just going to play better as a re-jam here. But that doesn't seem to be the way Luka wants to approach this. Calls the 40k. King King 3 is the flop. 2 diamonds. Now, Rakesh blocking his opponent having King Queen, King Jack, Ace King would rejam pre, surely. So Mukesh will like this flop. Luca, just 55k to call. Does call. Turn is a 7. Turn quickly going check, check. And the river, another 3. Double pair board now. Surely time for Luca to try get some tin value from an ace high type hand. Bet like 180. Something around that area. Goes for 130k into 330. And you can see we've had one more elimination. So that means we are on the final table bubble. Mukesh trying to piece this together. Consider if Queen High is going to be good here enough at the time. Mukesh getting out of the way. It looks like he's getting moved to the outer table. Good luck all in, fella. 2 tables of 5 remain. Pavel very comfortable with nearly 50 bigs. Vitali 34, Luca 34, Nabil 30 and Zul 19. Nabil getting a walk with the Queen 6 of diamonds. Pavel with the min raise, 2 black 10s. Nabil just calling in the small blind with ace jack of diamonds. Not wanting to play a big pot. King 6-6 is the flop. Flop going check, check. Pavel with the option on the turn. Bet a 75k in a call. River is the 4 of clubs. Goes for a bet of 150 on the river. And I don't think Nabil should pay this off. When the flop goes check, check, and then our opponent bets 2 streets, I think we just give it to them. If he's a non-believer, it's 150k to find out. Nabil will get the bad news here. We could have lost more had he just jammed the pre-flop sub 30 bigs. Not against the realms of a possibility of a jam. Conservatively calling in the small blind and losing 2 streets. Could have been worse. Something has caught the interest of Luca on the outer table. Poker Ryan says, yes, Connor, how are we? Where is this being held? It's not Connor, it's Action Dan. Dan Rankin, you were watching the German Championship of Poker live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. And it looks like there's been some sort of a ruckus on the outer table. And that could be the last hand of the night. That means players will bag and tag and come back for the final table tomorrow. And that is going to be a fantastic action-filled affair. I want to say thank you to all the moderators. Thank you to everyone tuning in. Be sure to check us out on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook. We've got great new content on YouTube and TikTok. King's Resort Official on there. You can check us out on the website www.kingsresort.com. Get yourself some merchandise. For now, I'm going to say my goodbyes. I will see you all at 2:30 Central European Time tomorrow for the final table of the German Championship of Poker. Until then, catch me if you can. My name is Dan. I'm your man.